Ready? Good evening, everybody. My name is Fran DeYoung. I'm the Vice Chair. I'd like to welcome everyone to this evening's meeting of the Planning Board, April 8th?
Yep, April 8th.
Sound will start. Is it sound going?
Yes.
We're good. Okay. The chairman is here today, but she's been working nonstop for the last 48 hours. So she's asked me to kind of intervene here. We have a pretty full agenda this evening. We'll start off the public hearing at 76 Main Street in a second, but I did also want to make a note that we do have a new principal planner.
I can introduce him, Joe.
Elaine, please do. I'd like to introduce John Gelsich, the new principal planner for the town. Welcome.
So I'd like to introduce John Gelsich, who will be our, he's graciously accepted the position of principal planner, and he'll be starting on April 16th. So I wanted to introduce him to you tonight. And just wanted to say a few things. John has worked in the last 4 years for Beals and Thomas as senior planner, has some municipal experience with the city of Chelsea, and is a certified planner and has lots of experience that we're very excited to have on board here. So, excellent, great. We're happy to have
John, a couple words, anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I'm excited to get started. I look forward to working with all of you, and hopefully we can do some good things here.
Awesome. Well, welcome on behalf of the entire board.
And I want to thank Muriel for participating in the interview process.
Yes, thank you. I was really lucky to be able to participate in the whole interview hiring process, and very impressed with John and looking forward to working with him. And I made sure he knew that you were all a collegial, energetic, invested group of folks, and he would be safe here with us.
Awesome, awesome. Well, welcome aboard. Look forward to it. Thanks, John. Thanks, Muriel. Thanks, Elaine.
You don't feel like you have to stay.
All right, now let's bring up the applicant, our public hearing for 76 Main Street. Site plan review and special permit, flexible community development for REC Hopkinton LLC. Make a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All right, so move a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All right, we have in front of us REC Hopkinton. This is a major project site review, and I'll walk through a little bit of what the process is going to look like, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant who can provide an overview as well. This is for, as I mentioned, a site plan review and a special permit flexible community development for REC Hopkinton. There's two concurrent public hearings being held on the applications described here below in a second. The decision is due in 90 days for each, at the close of the public hearing on each application. So the first application is for a site plan review pursuant to zoning bylaw, Article 20, proposing of a 43,541 square foot mixed-use development consisting of one 3-story building with 14,400 square feet of non-residential space on the first floor and 26 residential units on the second and third floors, and 67 parking spaces with associated stormwater management facilities. A majority vote is required for approval on the site plan review. And the second public hearing, again, which is running concurrently, is for a flexible community development bylaw special permit pursuant to Article 11, which is 2 affordable units within the 26 units as required by the FCD bylaw. And 2/3 vote required for approval on that as well. So with a public hearing like this, with the review, there is a public hearing outline that we're going to follow. It consists of a number of different elements within that, and you can follow along, and it's in the packet as well. The first thing that we'll do is we'll allow the applicant to provide a project overview and a review of the project itself. And then we'll get into staff reports and consultant reviews, and then go down the list. All right. Any questions from board members before I turn it over to the applicant to provide an overview? All right. And again, this is the first opportunity. The public will have numerous opportunities themselves to weigh in with comment. Mr. Mastriani.
Hi, Kathy Sherry from REC Hopkinton. I'm here tonight with Paul Mastriani, the property owner and applicant, as well as some members of the project team. We have John Cusick from Bowler Engineering, our architect Lou Labeo, and then our traffic consultant Robert Michaud from MDM. So they'll all have the opportunity to give you a brief overview and/or answer questions and such. So as was provided, we've submitted a review for a site plan for a new mixed-use building to be located at 76 Main Street. So the proposed project would involve taking down the 2 existing commercial buildings that are there on the property now and constructing a new 3-story building, first floor being commercial, a combination of office, retail, and restaurant, and the second and third stories containing a total of 26 1- and 2-bedroom rental units. So at a real high level, our vision for this development was to bring to the downtown business district a combination of people and services in a village-style mix of commercial and multifamily housing. So the commercial aspect of the project would provide a number of new services and amenities to the downtown area, as well as to the residents of Hopkinton. The residential aspect of the project would provide additional housing opportunities and choices, and also increase some more affordable housing choices in town. We envision the residential units as more of a location for young professionals as well as individuals and couples that are downsizing, that want to live in that kind of downtown suburban area where they can walk to restaurants, walk to the post office, walk to the pharmacy, or maybe even walk or bike to their job up on South Street or somewhere in town. We're not necessarily envisioning that the development is appealing to families, as we're not out offering, as you can see from the site plan, a lot of the outdoor space, the play space, et cetera, that a lot of the other apartment communities in town are offering. In addition, our square footage is a little bit smaller than the other apartment communities, which would really lend itself more toward singles, roommates, couples, or downsizing empty nesters. So we did truly see this project as enhancing the vitality of the downtown, as we believe is intended by the zoning bylaws that allow this type of development in the downtown business district. So we were very cognizant of the local bylaws and adhered to those while developing the site plan. We're not asking for any waivers or variances. What we're proposing, we believe, is by right. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to John Cusick just to give you a real high-level overview of the site.
Good evening, everybody. For the record, John Cusick with Bowler Engineering. The site plan here is oriented where north is facing to the left, east is up, and west is down. You're all familiar with the existing site, but it is 76 Main Street. It is opposite the police station, across the street from the fire station. It's about 1.2 acres in size, and it is in the downtown business zone. What we are proposing, as was discussed, is a mixed-use development. The first floor will contain the retail, restaurant, and office, and then residential up above. Access to the site is through a single driveway located right here. As you enter the site, you'll have parking spaces on either side, or as you come around the corner as well, there's additional parking. There's 69 parking spaces total that service the site. We have provided accessible walkways on 3 sides of the building. There's also an outdoor seating area located there, and access to the street in that location. It's a dedicated loading space located here for some of the deliveries. We also have a bike rack located there. Grading and drainage on the site, the site generally slopes in this direction, high from the street, generally coming back here. It's about 11 feet or so of grade differential. Based on that, we situated the building in this location on the site, so we could work the parking lot down to mimic the existing grading scenarios on site. The stormwater is fully compliant with local and state requirements, and actually exceeds some of those levels. And again, it has been fully reviewed by your peer review consultant. I don't believe there's any outstanding issues with that. Utilities are available right in Main Street. It's pretty simple. We're just going to reconnect to those. We provided a lighting plan on the property. Again, the lighting is fully compliant with the town's bylaws. Everything is downward facing, fully enclosed, no higher than 15-foot light poles. Again, fully compliant and no spread over the property lines. Landscaping, as you can see on the property, we wanted to really add a statement with the landscaping. As you can see, we're pretty densely landscaped on all the perimeters of the property. We have a mixture of 38 shade and evergreen trees, 130 deciduous and evergreen shrubs, and a mixture of ground cover, perennials, and ornamental grasses. Traffic, we provided a memo on the traffic as part of your application. It is a very low traffic generator. Again, that was fully peer reviewed by your peer review consultant. You can speak to that, but there's no real outstanding issues that we're aware of. And then architecture. We met early on with a bunch of folks from the staff. We've addressed all of those comments and included them. We went to the DRB, whatever building comments we can incorporate, we have done that. So the plan that has been submitted has gone through one round of comments, plus the initial comments that we heard early on at the staff level meetings. So we believe we've addressed what we've heard. To that end, I'd like to turn it over to Lou, who can go over any more details on the building and architecture, and I can come back to answer any site-related questions you might have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. Louis LeVeo, Platform Space Architecture. I think John has summarized at a high level what's going on in the building, so I'll go directly to some of the exterior features. Building materials are traditional materials, lap siding for the most part, brick base with a cast stone wainscot type cap, nickel gap siding, which is also traditional painted material, and at a couple of detail areas we have some wood veneer, clear wood veneer metal paneling that looks like natural wood. As John mentioned, the lighting was applied to the building in such a way to minimize light fall off onto any adjacent, minimize light fall off in general and no light fall off into any of the adjacent properties. Parapets about 4 feet high conceal all the mechanical systems in the roof. And responding to some of the comments we had from the design review board, they had some concerns with some of the brick colors we had, so we've gone back and made the brick into a traditional red brick, limestone colored wainscot cap on the outside, reduced some of the bluer areas into a more neutral palette, and added some additional trim to the front to replicate some of what's on the existing building. The light patterns on the windows are 2/2, which are the same as the existing building. And
The light fixture.
the light fixture was changed to something to be less contemporary than was there before. That about summarizes the exterior. Apartment units, 26 units as has been described, mix of one bedrooms with studios, and 2-bedroom units. Pretty good mix throughout the building. We'll have 2 handicap accessible units and 2 affordable units as you've already described. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Scott for the traffic study.
So one question before you bug out. The design review board made some comments, and you said did you incorporate all those design review board comments in there, or there's some still outstanding?
We incorporated the majority of their comments. There was some, I think the one question that we didn't incorporate was the potential reuse of the existing building. We don't think that that's a feasible alternative. So that one we did not incorporate. I think that is the single major issue. They also had some question about glass that went all the way down to the ground. There's only one location on the front where the glass goes down. We think it's important because it's the entry to the restaurant. We think that's more inviting. In most other places, the glass goes down to a brick shelf. And then along the back area, far from the street, we also have some glass that goes to the ground. I think those are the only 2 that really want to incorporate into the design changes.
Yeah, just one question about the architecture. Can you just describe the first floor a little bit? Is that a walkway with a roof over it?
That is a walkway, it's not a roof over it, but there are awnings. So we have places where it's easier to see on the floor plans, but where there's some cantilevers. So there's a small cantilever up front here, and there's a larger cantilever when we get way towards the back. And then there's a canopy that emphasizes the residential entry, so that it's clear with the residential entry. But the rest of it is our traditional fabric awnings.
Thank you.
Would you like a traffic overview at this point, or just to?
Oh, yes,
An overview, yes?
very high, yeah.
Okay, you're up.
For the record, Robert Michaud, principal with MDM Transportation Consultants based in Marlborough, Massachusetts. We were engaged to do a customary traffic impact and access study, and the nature of that study was to look at the downtown signal, which is slated for improvements by DOT, as well as the portion of Main Street from the downtown signal to where the site driveway is to be located, shown in red dots. The project was characterized in terms of trip generation using industry standard methods for each of the individual uses: office, retail, restaurant, and residential. The net sum of trips is between 20 and 30 peak directional trips during commuter hours, and just slightly higher on a Saturday, at about 35 vehicles per hour. So this is a low impact type project. When you look at the distribution of those trips onto the downtown signal and the driveway locations, you'll see that the net increases in trips relative to a no-build condition are rather modest. For instance, to the east on Main Street, about 5 trips per hour. Cedar Street to the north, 2 trips per hour. Negligible on Grove Street, and about 15 trips per hour to the west on Main Street. So those levels of trip increase really fall within the day-to-day normal fluctuation in traffic in the downtown area.
So just on that point, just to clarify for me, when you say 15, is that the net difference increase in terms of what it is today?
Correct.
All right, per hour?
Per hour, right, and these are peak hours. So in this example, this is a weekday morning peak hour. 15 additional total two-way trips would be generated to or from the west, right, toward the 495 corridor. On a Saturday, weekday evening peak hour, that is about 35 from that direction, about 1 new trip every other minute, every 2 minutes. So those are the relative trip increases relative to what you'd see today. Okay. They're modest.
Question to the chair.
Yeah, there's another question, Gary.
Yes.
Sorry, I know the first floor is planned for a combination of retail, restaurant, and office, and I'm wondering what assumptions you used based on a percentage of usage on that first floor to determine your traffic estimates.
Sure, that's a good question. We actually apply very specific square footage ratios. So in the case of the retail component, we apply the retail trip generation rate to just over 7,000 square feet of building space. We have a high turnover sit-down restaurant applied to 40 seats. And then we have the multifamily residential, of course, based on its own characteristics at 26 units. So that's how we arrived at these particular numbers. I'll point out that we anticipate that there will be some synergy between these uses. As Kathy had mentioned earlier, folks who choose to live in this kind of environment do so for a reason. They like to get out of their cars and be able to walk to a restaurant or a shopping opportunity. And those result in a reduction in trips relative to a standalone typical suburban standard. We have not credited these trips for that characteristic. In other words, we're treating each one of these uses as if it were a standalone use with no relationship one to the other, no reduction in trips because you live there and want to walk to the restaurant. So we believe that these estimates, if anything, are a slightly conservative representation of what is likely to happen here.
So just out of curiosity, which of those uses produces the most traffic based on your square footage estimates?
It's based on time of day. So obviously a restaurant wouldn't be generating as much traffic in the morning as it would later at night, for instance. And the residential wouldn't really be generating much in the middle of the day, but would be generating more during the traditional peak hours. So if you follow this table and you look at a weekday morning situation, the number of entering vehicles for a restaurant use, assuming that it did have morning hours, would be the highest generated use at about 10 inbound trips over the course of an hour. That would be something along the kin of or maybe a breakfast type of place or something like that. Whereas the residential is only 3 trips and 7 exiting, right, of the 26 total units. You see they're all relatively minor. The retail is very minimal, about 3 to 4 inbound or outbound trips per hour. The office component, all entering, no exiting.
So just to clarify, I'll make sure I'm reading this right. You're saying that during peak weekday traffic, those 26 residential units are only going to generate 3 entering trips per hour?
Entering in the morning, correct. Most trips for residential.
And exiting is 7.
Correct.
So what are the other 50 people that live there doing during the day?
Well, I can tell you that this represents a peak hour, 1 hour period. Most trips for residential use are generated over about a 3 to 4 hour period of time in the morning. So you can get much closer to the number of units and the actual trips exiting by looking at the total period in which those trips would be actually made. Not everyone who owns a car would necessarily be using it during those hours of the day. Folks who choose to live here may work later hours and may work flex time. They may not own a car. And we see that these trends, which are based on national trends, are actually quite accurate and have been reflected in a very recently updated catalog of land uses that's published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So we know empirically, having studied and built and measured the performance of projects like this, small and large, that those national standards based on the very current rates is very accurate. So we're confident that for that number of units for a 1 hour period in the morning would generate on the order of about 7.
In a town that doesn't have much access to public transportation and
Absolutely.
other things, you're telling me that's not?
Absolutely. We've got measured performance standards for communities that have actually a much more suburban feel than what's being proposed here.
That's good questions. Yeah, we'll get into a lot of details. I have some questions on that too. I just want to get through the.
I just have one
Ariel?
global question. You referenced the improvements that are going to be made coming forward. And that closest major intersection is going to experience some improvements, but I just want to state for the record, they're kind of minor as far as traffic flow. It takes a terrible intersection to slightly less terrible. And that area, whether you have a minor impact or not, that is a very tough area anyway, particularly with the emergency services on both sides of exactly that spot.
Sure.
So I just want to be mindful of that.
Yes, and we were careful to consider these improvements. These are actually from the 25% design plans that were submitted to the state that indicate the nature of those improvements. You'll see that during the permitting phase for the CVS, there was some land that was set aside for the eventual realignment of Grove Street and Cedar Street so that the alignment could be far more traditional than it currently is, less offset. You'll also notice that a big emphasis on this improvement plan is pedestrian accommodation, bicycle accommodation. You'll see enhanced sidewalk elements, enhanced crosswalk, a multi-use path that runs along the south side of the road. So in the planning of this property, we were careful to consider what is being contemplated in these improvements, and we're tying the project into that. One of the recommendations that we've developed from that is to relocate the existing crosswalk, which today centers on the fire station, and to push it slightly to the west so that it has a more coherent location and alignment. And that's shown. This is actually where it was proposed on the 25% design. This is the fire station. The 2 driveways under this design would actually flank that crossing. The idea in the recommended alignment is to take that and slide it to the west so that it's just beyond where the fire station is. There's less conflict. It results in a more coherent design of how the access ramp system needs to work. If it were to remain where the fire station is today, you've got a strange collaboration of ramps and you're crossing 2 very wide driveways. So that was the principal outcome of that, and that's something that this applicant is more than willing to continue a discussion on with Mass DOT. That facilitates where the driveway is to be located for the project, which itself would be tied in with that project, all ADA compliant. From an impact perspective, we did look at the operations of the downtown signal, the number of trips that we...
I'm sorry, can I make a point before we get too far away from what you just said?
Through the chair, Frank?
Yes, through the chair. Sure. The reason that sidewalk is there is because there's a pre-existing business that's been there for 30 or 40 years, and it's very important that people that are walking to that business be able to cross the street in the shortest distance from downtown. So moving sidewalks, adding sidewalks, it's all up in the air, but there's certain reasons why things are in place, and just maybe talk to the business that's there and see what their feelings are, because I'm sure that'll be a major issue if that sidewalk does get moved.
To the chair, I just wanted to point out that this is supposed to be a high-level discussion, so I think we've got a good feel of the high-level discussion, and we do have a outline, and you guys are up first, so we can have all those
we're gonna come back to
detailed
that.
conversations.
I think it was important enough to mention that there are reasons that there's a sidewalk there. I mean, a crosswalk there.
It gives him the opportunity to think about it in the next
Yes.
10 minutes. To come back with a good response.
And I just want to be clear that what you're suggesting is the crosswalk location was the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
We're talking about.
Okay. Finally, we did look at the circulation aspects of the property, and we've modeled the largest responding vehicle that could be on the site, ladder truck, and have confirmed that there is adequate maneuverability within the site and at the driveway to accommodate those vehicle types. Is a specific comment to peer reviewer. And in conclusion, peer reviewer did issue a series of comments. We've addressed those comments. We don't believe that there are any outstanding issues at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
You. Any other team members that you've
No,
got to
that's it from our
present?
perspective.
Very good. Elaine, staff reports.
Before I start, could someone pass the iPad and Frank's nameplate down? So that we can-
Let's get Frank set up.
Team building exercise.
That's right.
I threw him off.
So I'm just referring to the items in my memo that I noted on the page, on the top of page 2. First of all, with regard to the use, the town's zoning indicates that mixed-use buildings have to have retail space on the first floor and office or residential above. And this one is proposed to have office on the first floor, so I don't think that that would be a permitted use. And so I think that the parking and so forth, the traffic calculations should be based on the retail and restaurant on the first floor. So someone could probably have office as an accessory use to retail, say a small office or for a restaurant, but it can't be used as the primary use
On the first floor.
on the first floor. So that was the first point I wanted to make. So that basically it involves doing the calculations again.
I was gonna say, do we know what impact that is at a high level in terms of the
I
calculations?
have not done
They'd have to.
We can answer that if we need to.
The second item is based on the fact that the zoning indicates that the residential dwelling units shall have dedicated on-site parking spaces. And I think this means that the parking spaces need to somehow be reserved for the residential uses at some point, and maybe that's not an all-day space, but some reservation for spaces. So as we try to interpret what that means, I think there has to be some dedication of spaces for the residential uses. The bylaw's not specific, but it's obvious that something was contemplated there, so, something to be
Any
considered.
thoughts on that? Initial thoughts, or?
I mean, we are gonna, it's not like we're gonna designate all day, but we will have, I think we need 40 spaces for the residential. So what we'll probably do something is, from, 6 o'clock till, 6 o'clock in the morning will be designated just for residential. So they'll obviously have their own spaces, when they're gone during the day, obviously if there's a restaurant, there's a bank, whoever's in there, they could use those spaces. So it's not like we're gonna go designate them all day and then only keep, 27 spaces or 29 spaces available.
So we'd have signage at the
We'd have-
designated spaces specifying that it's reserved for tenant, unit number potentially, as well as the time frame, as Paul mentioned.
All right.
To the chair, Elaine, is that something we've done in town before?
We have not had that come up before. No. And the third item was the fact that the zoning bylaw requires that the outdoor seating for restaurants need to be included in the parking calculation, and the materials indicate that they have not included the outdoor seating. So if there's outdoor seating contemplated for restaurants, those have to be included in the parking calculation.
We agree.
So we can submit formally the new calculations for parking based on incorporating all retail, not the office, because the retail has a higher parking count, as well as either eliminating or limiting the outdoor seating and including that in all the different scenarios, and we will submit this. We do still meet the number of spaces that we have available, which is the 69 on the.
Cool. Elaine, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Should I do beta next? and then
Everything
we'll
else
do the-
is beta. Mhm.
All right. Mr. Paradise, come on up.
You sure?
You want me to get up? You sure?
So, thanks for welcoming me back. I haven't seen you guys in a while. My name is Phil Paradis with Beta Group. We've been asked to peer review this project on behalf of the town and the local residents. Just a quick overview. We've had a few, we reviewed the first submission, had a number of comments, and then subsequent, they provided revised and supplemental documents in which they attempted to address the majority of our comments. And so we've had a chance to look at them as well and issue a second letter. So there's a few things that, kind of unique things about this project that we just want to point out in our letter. In Z1, we recommend that there be a deed restriction on the units so that none of the studies can be converted to bedrooms, and therefore increase the population unit. So they have a unique turnaround feature for the emergency vehicles, and we just want to make sure that the fire department is okay with that. They are having, we just, as with all our projects, we want to make sure that DPW is satisfied that there is sufficient water and sewer service in Main Street for this. We're going to defer to the design review board for the screening. They have provided quite a bit of screening and fencing, and we just defer to them. Loading situation is a little unique in that the dedicated loading space is across the driveway from the retail space and building. And so that's going to have to be coordinated just to make sure that obviously it's safe to do that and that you're not going to prevent access from the access through the site while there's loading operations going on. So I'd like to see a little bit more information probably about how active we see that and what kind of operation hours and such for loading. Another issue, we concur with many of the traffic comments that were addressed. It's not, although there's going to be a change in this particular lot, the number of trips in the street is sufficient that there's not going to be likely a huge impact on the peak hour. As you were discussing, I was thinking about my own household. I have 5 people living in my house, and none of us use the peak hour, either in the morning or in the evenings, because you want to avoid the traffic. So, but anyway, in this particular case, there's a unique situation where 2 driveways are fairly close to each other. The police driveway and the access driveway, so we just want to get some input from the police department, if that's, if they consider that safe, and if there's any issues there. They are proposing a drainage connection to the drainage system in how do you say that? Claflin Place. And they have provided the calculations. The question I had, just actually looking it over today, was just permission. You know, do you have rights to connect to that? And probably just, we probably want some evidence that you have the ability to connect there and impact their road, and what their requirements would be.
Just on that point, do you have permission to be able to connect?
Again, it's not the bowl.
I mean, isn't the
it's part of
current,
the it's a
isn't the
public
current
sewer.
connected?
The water's
current-
currently getting there, generic. It's just going overland to the catch basins.
Yeah.
We're just connected in by a hard pipe.
Okay. So that would just be a follow-up for the next.
I think just doing work on their property too, so I think that's going to be, have to be revisited.
Through the chair, excuse me, Phil, is that noted as one of the SWs?
So, it's part of SW1. I really didn't emphasize the permission part of that.
Okay.
In that section.
Thanks.
Because I just thought of it, preparing for tonight. So, and then, typical for, infiltration systems, we'd want you to have, some eyes on it while it's being dug, because the infiltration system is the primary, system for mitigating the stormwater runoff from the site. And I did want to emphasize the question about parking relative to the outdoor seating. So those are the basic comments at this point.
I had one follow-up question on the traffic flow coming out. If you wanted to turn east onto 135,
Yep.
had that been reviewed? Because right now there's only one entrance and one exit, correct? If you're driving in, basically coming. Just if you're trying to make that left during peak hours, coming out, only I know this because I go to Sovereign Bank, and if I'm trying to get out of there at 5 o'clock, it's tricky. And I just didn't know if that had been part of any review from either you or the traffic engineer.
I don't have the numbers in my head.
We'll talk about that. I just wanted to ask Phil. We'll talk about it because
They asked, that was a subject of peer review, and we did respond, and if you'd like, I can rehash.
time will come up.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
And we do have some other examples within town as well.
Any other questions for Phil from the board members?
I did.
Yep.
There was some comments about exceeding the maximum coverage of impervious surface. Have those been resolved?
Say that again?
About exceeding the amount of impervious surface. There were some comments in your letter, I think.
Can you?
See, it says Article 12, Water Resources Protection Overlay District.
76%.
It's in your letter dated March 19th, page 2 of 10, Amy's point, Article 11, Water Resource Protection Overlay District. And it talks about the current impervious surface area of 37% and the proposed area of 37 going to 77.
So the existing site already exceeds that threshold, and that section requires that you provide an infiltration system to mitigate.
Okay.
So that's what they've done, and so I think their design would meet it, provided.
Okay.
Cool. Actually, through the chair, I have one more question for Phil. Yep. I know you looked at emergency vehicles and how they turn around. I'm just curious, and we can talk about this later, but did you look at how regular vehicles and delivery trucks turn around in the parking lot?
So they provided auto turns to turn the emergency vehicles around.
I know the emergency vehicles, but I was curious if you looked at non-emergency vehicles, because an emergency vehicle I was just curious for other vehicles.
This is the largest vehicle type that would actually be making that movement, so the box trucks and the standard delivery types would be about half the size and would be required to do the same backing maneuver. It's a T-type three-point turn, and there's a specific area of the site that will accommodate that, specifically designed for that purpose.
Through the chair, I have some more questions about that too, but let's.
Yeah, but when we
discuss
get
some
there.
of the traffic.
There's a couple, the traffic's the first, they're gonna get after here. Any other questions for?
So I just wanted to point out, the only concern we have is that making sure that truck drivers know they can do that. So, you know, obviously the fire department, if they've got approval, they would know that. But just allowing, I don't know if there's gonna be signage to make sure.
There'll be some signage.
Be signage.
I just had one follow-up question on the trucks. A trash removal truck, the dumpster's all the way at the back, will they be backing in the entire way?
No.
No?
Go ahead.
So the way this is designed, through the chair, is to have a front-loading unit, so that the truck would actually front-load and then reverse direction in that same pattern.
Mid-morning, right? Not at 7 a.m.? Not at peak hours.
Actually, I have that as one of the things to talk about.
I also just want to, if I could, Fran,
Yes, ma'am.
throw out just the concept that we routinely experience more kids than we think we're going to. And it's just a top-level comment as we go forward discussing this project. It just, Hopkinton just doesn't comply with any formulas that anybody has kind of come up with or shared with us. And we need to be mindful of what that means for the school department, for, you know, responders, everything. Where's the school bus going?
I think that's a fair point. It's kind of deep, that dovetails into additional items for discussion. So if there's nothing else for Phil, I'll go to number 4 on the public hearing outline. And this is where members of the planning board, as well as members of the public, will have the opportunity to come forth and add any items to the agenda or the discussion agenda that aren't currently listed. There's a number A through J, actually gets deeper than that, but things like vehicular and pedestrian traffic, stormwater management, site lighting, building design and landscape, utilities, off-street parking, signage, emergency vehicle access, affordable housing, and town department, boards, committees, comments that are not covered up above. So that's kind of the general framework that we have right now, but this is an opportunity for the public to come forth with their thoughts, as well as members of the board, to identify anything else that they wanted to add on here as well. So I'll first ask members of the board, and then I'll ask members of the public if they want to come forward and add anything to the agenda or any of the comments.
Through the chair, just before we get started on that, just a friendly reminder to everybody that this is just adding items, we're not discussing items. We'll have a section for that, so we stay focused, we'll get through it quicker.
Each section will have time for public comment as well. So, good call.
So I think, to the chair, to add to the list, snow removal,
Good call.
On storage.
sidewalks. I think this one probably wants solar panels.
Second.
Is there a bike rack?
No, it's there.
Yeah, I know.
All right, anything else from members of the planning board?
Historic structures.
Historic structures.
Just to clarify, we call out off-street parking, but are we?
I was gonna,
also
I'm
include
gonna add
on-street
street, I want to put
parking?
on street, I have that there, yeah. So we'll make note of that as well. Anybody, so board members, you guys good?
So just, do we want to combine H with A and have one conversation about traffic flow?
I'll allow it.
Just something to consider.
Sure. No sense of bringing people up to us if they don't need to.
One additional point, which I don't think is here, is on the intended usage, given that per Lane's memo does deviate a little bit from what's allowed in mixed use. We should probably
For
discuss that
the
as well.
retail,
Yeah.
small business or business usage, yes, that,
Office on the first floor, I think, is the
office, technical term.
Mr. Chair, could we add the discussion about deed restrictions from the town's perspective, what we can do from our bylaws? And that would also hopefully cover Muriel's concern about too many children and
I
resources.
just want to be clear, I love children.
Well, we can have a child catcher, too.
I don't think you can deed restrict children either.
Well, if it's a studio apartment, how many people can live there? If it's a one-bedroom apartment, how many people can live there? 2 bedrooms.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I started it, it was my fault. But I do want to, I appreciate that, Frank, and I think that it's a different discussion. I think the deed restriction is definitely a discussion to have, but I think that this board needs to start specifically highlighting school impact or potential school impact on our agendas. And I don't know what it means for this project or any project coming forward, but we don't comply with any formulas that are known to be used by the state of Massachusetts, and we just need to start confronting what the actual impact might be.
You know, so I have that one, I've got a couple at the end, but I wanted to let members of the public also add items to the agenda. So anybody interested, please come forward, state your name and your address.
Well, that's, do we want to just add a line item for services in general? Emergency,
Yes.
police, schools?
But it's impact on services?
I mean, yeah, so impact and service, I mean, that would almost fall to some degree under J, but I'll kind of say impact of other services. That would be ambulatory, police, fire, et cetera.
In school, right?
School, definitely number one. Nobody? Come on.
Thank you. Mary Arnott, 51 Teresa Road. It wasn't clear to me if in any of the list, and if it can be added, the potential impact on water resources. It seems to me that this would generate a lot of water usage, not only in the businesses, but in the units. And as the town struggles with the availability of water, drinking water, to water your lawns in the summer, that sort of thing, can that be added to it?
And that's my error, I didn't mention it, it is actually on the outline.
Thank you.
To talk about that, yep. Anybody else? No? All right, so I'll
Screening of mechanical equipment?
kind of caught me on that one.
Screening of what?
Screening of mechanical equipment, I also had that under kind of the general noise, trash, HVAC exhaust, so there's 2 there actually. HVAC is 1, and potential exhaust from the restaurant unit, as well as, just the restaurant vendors and service providers that are coming in and out. A butter impact, but I think that'll kind of flow in the normal course of the discussion, and I think those are the only ones that I had.
Through the chair?
Frank?
We have town department and board committees, but specifically, there is the question about the historical significance of the building in that situation, so maybe that should have its own subsection under J.
Amy mentioned that, historic.
That, to add that, it's been added.
She mentioned it in there, and, just that, so people are aware, that is a point with the Historical Commission now to determine what the status of that is. Right? So I'm not going to get too caught up with this, because I think that lays with Amy and the Historical Commission.
Thank you, Brian and Amy.
Very good. All right, moving forward, we've got about 12 minutes left, and I want to kind of take full advantage of it with the applicant. Oh. Come on forward. State your name and your address, sir.
I'm not going to sit down, I just assume stand up. My name is Paul Nathan, I reside at number 9 Summit Street, and this is going to definitely impact my home. Could someone show me where the restaurant on this drawing is going to be, and where the dumpster is going to be?
Sure. We're just, Paul, it comes through me, right? Okay. So we're happy to address those questions. This point here, from the public's point of view, is just adding additional line items to the outline in the agenda.
Okay, so, my concern being the dumpster.
Perfect.
It's going to be just about in my front yard.
And I mentioned that under noise, we're going to talk about dumpster and the impact with the trash.
HVAC?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I've got to mention that. Yep. So the one you also mentioned was the restaurant, I think the location of the restaurant. And I think we'll go through that when the applicant provides the design review element. You'll be able to see where that restaurant is in the overall design plan.
It might just be a quick answer.
I mean, I think it's right in front, but I don't want to I don't want to speak for the applicant.
But we,
Restaurant's in the front corner, right near the street, and the dumpster's in the back corner. Venting for the restaurant's gonna be through the roof, so.
So, very good, awesome, thank you. Anything else? We'll add it to the overall agenda and discuss it. All right.
Okay.
All right, Kathy, let's go through. We'll start with the detailed discussion. The first item here is vehicular and pedestrian traffic flow and truck traffic flow. So,
I'm sorry. Should we take a planning board review out there to see the surrounding neighborhood, the site walk? Should we schedule a site walk?
Want to schedule a site walk?
Yeah.
I
mean, I know it's very familiar to us, but not many of us have walked around and really contemplated.
I'm amenable to doing that, Muriel. I think that's a great idea. You know, I think that would then kind of bring together some of these outstanding questions. So do we want to try to just schedule that now while we have time for folks? Typically Saturday mornings are a rhythm that usually works.
9 o'clock's usually a good time for everybody.
9 o'clock. The date of TBD.
I'm unavailable this Saturday.
If it's an option, I would prefer earlier, only because I have a lot of kids' sports commitments on Saturday.
When the weather gets better, I think a lot of people do with that, so I would be open to an earlier time, but it's up to the board. And
The next 2 Saturdays are around the school vacation, so I don't know if we want to go out farther than that, or?
Let's see here. What are we looking at?
Want to take a straw vote on who would be available this Saturday?
So this Saturday would be the 13th. That's marathon weekend.
It is marathon weekend. Yeah.
That would be tricky.
They start closing the street down Saturday.
No, they don't start closing.
No.
They pass out the
But
barriers.
they put the guardrails out.
They're all out there, yeah, but you know.
You can make it work. 13th, 20th, or 27th?
20,
I can do the 20th.
I am not
gone the
available
27th.
on the 20th, but that's okay. I can stomp around it.
I can do the 13th.
Maybe you should just do a show of hands for each date.
Yeah. All right, let's go. 13th. Who can make it? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2,
Maybe.
3, 4, 5 and a half. The 20th. Who can make it? 1,
I have
2,
no social life.
Carol is available after
Yes, it's Easter weekend.
That's Easter.
Oh,
It is
that's a
Easter
maybe
weekend.
too then.
All right, let's go to the 27th.
That's what I was saying.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 27th.
All right.
Right. So can the applicant make the 27th?
At 8 o'clock.
8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
Wow. Does that work here?
Yeah, earlier the better.
Question, is the barber shop still open? Are the salons still open?
Frank?
I could do two
Please,
things in one day.
That's right. Let's focus on what we have. We have a little bit of time, so we're going to do the site walk, and the site walk is open to the members of the public. If anyone is so interested,
27th, right?
we will meet in front of the property.
8.
Is it okay? I think there's
At
parking
76.
in front of the police station. There's some dedicated.
There's some
space.
parking, and at 8 a.m. on Saturday, usually the street,
On-street parking.
there's on-street parking that'll be available as well. All right?
They can also park at 76 Main Street. We have parking there too.
Remind the public of the
Space.
parameters of a site walk. It's not to discuss or debate.
For those that show up, we're definitely going to walk through that whole thing. So, question member from the public.
Quick question.
Sure, come on up and just state your name and your address. And
Enough to get off noise. Carol Nathan, 9 Summer Street, and I don't think that this was on the agenda, and I'm not sure quite how to address it. The impact on neighbors, obviously, but the impact on property values, or taxes, or how the property value with the changes in the neighborhood, what that may or may not do for our property values in the downtown area.
Okay. All right.
Fred,
Here.
just a process question. Are we sorry, are we just going into general comments here, or are we going into?
No, I want to go through the individual, I want to go through the line item, Gary. So I want to look at, when the detailed discussion, we'll start with the vehicular and traffic.
Okay.
Is where we're at right now. We'll have 5 or 7 minutes to do, see, I'm sorry, sir.
It's on this subject. John.
Your name?
John Palmer, 87 Main Street. I live just to the west of this proposed development. My house is on the south side, but I'm a walker. I walk downtown constantly. So when you come down from my house, you go past the old high school, then you go past where Bob Falcione is, and then the Jewelers Building, and then I normally, if I'm crossing the street, I normally cross at the wide crosswalk in front of the fire department. It's safer because I've got the police department on one side and the fire department on the other side. It's wide and it's fairly flat there. I heard some discussion about bringing that crosswalk further to the west, and I want you to know that that is going to impose a great danger on people crossing because the cars are coming over the hill from the west, and they're coming down fast, and they won't have as much time to see somebody in the sidewalk. I think that's a very important consideration.
Okay, very good. I'll let the applicant, I don't think it's impacting that at all, but I'll just clarify that with the applicant.
We can discuss it in the traffic, the vehicle and pedestrian traffic.
I think we just started.
Why don't we do that, unless there's other questions that I missed, why don't we do that? Why don't we start with the vehicular and pedestrian traffic flow?
So may I suggest that we start with the burning question that Gary had and I have? It seems kind of weird for cars. I don't know of any other major parking lot in town like this that doesn't have a way for cars to loop around, that have to back up. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to expect cars to back up.
Trucks.
Trucks is the...
Well, what about cars? Like if you go through and you can't find a parking spot, what do you do?
Yeah, that's true.
What's that?
Yes, that's true.
So we have provided a dedicated space right here that is striped out. So for instance, if you came down and you could not find a parking stall, the very last one is striped out and does not allow parking. So that way, if you get to this point, you're able to just pull in and back out and move out as you normally would. So we do not count that as a parking stall.
Through the chair.
Got it. So, Mary?
And I also did notice that on your plan that specified where snow was going to be stored, that was one of the places that snow would be stored. So it works during the summer, but, and I just in general, I have concerns about snow unless you're planning on moving snow off-site to remove it from the site. And the fact that it's your primary area for storage is at the beginning of the parking lot around the loading zone area. And it just seems to me that, you know, as snow piles do, they tend to spread a little bit more from where they were supposed to be contained. And that will just make the trucks move closer into the parking areas. And it'll just be very difficult to do during, you know, high snow time periods, so.
Through the chair, so in that situation you just described, so someone can't find a parking spot, they pull into that last spot there, or that last area there, and then is the corresponding spot across it empty as well?
No, just the drive.
But if they back out, they have to go this way, which they can't do.
Yeah, but it's no different than any other stall. You can come out straight and then make that turn. It's a 24-foot drive aisle. So
You'll have to practice your backing up, Gary.
I guess, Gary.
I'm not worried about my backing up.
Through the chair, I guess it would be the same as any other parking spot up there, but
No, it's not, because every other spot, you can pull in and you can back up and turn.
That's true, good point. But I kind of asked the question, I just want to make a comment that I really don't like the idea of not having a flow through of traffic where you don't have to turn around. Because every other business in town that I can think of, we have an outlet that you can drive through. I mean, even Dunkin' Donuts doesn't have a loop around it, but you can still drive around and pull onto the main street if you don't find parking. So I would just ask if you could consider an alternative. I don't know if the drive out the back is an option for to the police station?
Yeah, we've actually looked at that. There's a pretty significant grade differential between here and here to make that work.
Yeah, and I would just ask that the applicant just not automatically shake his head no and just discuss with the board if there are any kind of options to improve the flow.
So the chair?
Well, last point, it's almost 8:30, I'm going to close the public hearing, so it's be the last point.
The two different graphs, one they're showing the truck turnaround area, and then this one here, this shows a green area in the corner, and then that's where the truck turnaround area is. So which one is it?
So this area here is for the truck turn. We have a grass paved system that's proposed there, so it's essentially, it's structurally enhanced. It's like a honeycomb type of a structure. So
That can handle trucks?
The weight of the truck, yes.
So I just want to second David's concern. If the police do give us input, which would be great, it would be nice to see if, I don't know they don't have traffic go down Claflin Way, but an emergency exit or something in case of fire might be a consideration.
Very good, so noted. It is 8:30. I am going to close the public hearing. Well, I'm not going to close it. We'll continue the public hearing. Thank you very much. No, I need that. We've gotten through a couple of the bullet points. I appreciate the members of the public for coming, the applicant and his team.
Here's the question.
We have a final question? Comment? Sure, just state your name and your address, sir.
Hi guys, my name is Christopher Naco and I'm owner of Old Town Liquor and a building in the 17th Street. And I have some concern because it seems like the parking. If the parking is full, the people is going to start and parking in the side of the street, which I have a 3 parking in my front store, which problem can be impacting that one. And if I saw in the schedule it was just one for dumpster at one place, I don't think it's enough for one dumpster for 26 units. It's a little bit more. I don't think it's going to be.
I think he brings up a good point, and we need to consider those spots when we discuss this further. We're going to continue this to another meeting or another.
Nothing with the project, but just.
Yeah, I was just stating that we're going to continue this at another, I would imagine 2 weeks from now. We're going to continue talking about this further because we don't have any more time for it, but that's a great point. And maybe we could do something with like 20-minute parking in front or something like that. We can consider.
To protect my business.
Got it.
Nothing else.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elaine, open time.
So the next meeting is April 22nd, and there is an opening at 7:35.
How long is the opening? Excuse me.
There's nothing scheduled after that, other than items that don't have a specific time, but we do want to eventually get to some of those.
Right.
All right, do we want to look at that? Would that be, Carol?
Before you do that, could I just have a question or make a statement? Town meeting is coming up and there's an election coming up, and there's going to be people on this board that are no longer going to be here. So I guess at this point it doesn't really make a difference because we've started it, but you're going to lose people at the election. So you can miss one and watch it. So if new people came on, can they watch this meeting and vote, or no?
Have to have been a member.
Well, I think it's a good point for the applicants if they want to skip the 22nd and wait till the new board is in place to see what your options are, or would you rather just meet on the 22nd?
Well, Elaine's saying those people can't vote anyway, even if they watch tonight's meeting, so.
They can reapply if they wanted to. There are options.
Elections in May though, so.
I mean, it's.
I'm just bringing it up so you're.
No, we're
you're
aware of it. We
the
know that
changing.
there's, several openings on the
It's up
board
to the applicant.
for town
I
election.
think you went through this last year, right?
We did.
So is your preference the 22nd or a different?
I think our preference.
I think we'd keep the 22nd, and then depending on what happens, maybe we could always reschedule. Sure.
Cool. All right, well, let's do 7:30 on the 22nd.
7:35, I'll make a motion
7:35.
to continue this public hearing to 7:35 on April 22nd.
Motion? Discussion?
Can we go longer, like maybe 90 minutes? there. And I guess my only rationale is that I actually think it serves everyone well, including the public, if we actually commit more time.
And we have the time available, so why not?
Yeah.
Right? So let's take it for 90 minutes. All right, so there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
We just pick a motion to start it at 7:35, right? How much time we allow for it will depend on how many other things.
Well, I think,
we need, right?
She already said that.
We'll set aside a period of time.
yeah, what we can ask Elaine to do is not schedule anything before the 90 minutes.
What if we have two more things to
It's
continue?
the chair that sets the agenda.
We'll have to continue it after that.
So I get to set the agenda.
Okay.
Do it.
Let them talk amongst themselves. It'll happen as it happens.
All right, so any more discussion? So, is there a second?
Second.
All right, so this is for continue the public hearing for the 22nd at 7:35. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstain? Carries. All right, see you on the 22nd. Thank you very much. All right. The next item on the agenda is the public hearing and the continued public hearing for the proposed zoning bylaw amendments.
Would you like me to
Time.
introduce them?
What's that?
Would you like me to introduce them?
I do. I just want to kind of lay the groundwork a little bit for members of the public that are here for the various articles. There are 6 proposed amendments to discuss. I'll go right down the list. The first being the self-storage facility, the second, the open space mixed-use development, the third, the commercial solar photovoltaic installations.
Did we vote to open the continued?
No, I'm just, okay. We're going to vote to continue it.
Mindful of the time.
Sure. And there's 2 others. So make a motion, or I'd entertain a motion to open up the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moving to second in discussion. All those
Second?
Yeah, there's a second.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, it is open. So just continuing down, there's 6 items: the commercial solar voltaic, indoor recreation, car wash, and associated retail. What I'd like to do here is have the sponsor and/or the chair of the zoning advisory committee maybe kind of talk about it at a high level. The planning board can ask questions and clarification. Then I'd like to open up to the public for their comments and questions. Planning board can then do a final round of discussion prior to voting on that recommendation. We have approximately 55 minutes or, no, 30 minutes, which is not much. And we have to get this done because it has to get done tonight.
Yep.
Okay?
So what's the first one?
So the
Self-storage.
first one, self-storage facility.
Okay, that's the sponsor.
That is a citizen's petition. I believe the petitioner is here. I'm back.
Hey!
I'm back. Okay, citizen
So that's-
petition.
Sorry, just through the chair, that's number 11 on our sheet,
That's number 11 on the sheet.
page 153.
Self-storage facility, correct. Mr. Mastriani.
Yes, Mr. DeYoung. My name is Paul Mastriani, and I actually, we brought this request to the zoning advisory board. It was voted down for storage. When was that date? Kathy, you
It
actually...
was back several months ago.
Back several months ago. So when it was voted down, I did a citizen's petition to have self-storage in the Industrial A on South Street, permitted. So we are gonna, should I read the actual self-storage facilities? The proposal would add self-storage facilities as a use by right, Industrial A District, adopt a parking requirement of 2 spaces per 10,000 square feet of gross floor area. The amendment request was reviewed by the Zone Advisory Committee, which did not recommend it, the change to the planning board. So again, we did a citizen's petition, which we are on the warrant for the town meeting, and I'm not sure if it needs a 2/3 vote or...
It does.
Okay, so it requires a 2/3 vote.
So maybe if we could just talk through, again, why. These are services, both the car wash and the storage facility, but in the case of the storage facility, the service is not currently available in the town to service to residents or businesses. We have Hopkinton residents that are bringing their business to, these neighboring towns for these types of services, and there are Milford, Ashland, et cetera, that offer these services. We believe that the uses are well aligned with the mix and the variety of existing businesses within Industrial A, as well as the permitted list of approved uses within Industrial A. And felt strongly that these would fit in better within this district where it's located versus other parts of town and other zoning areas in town. It was voted down for a variety of reasons, some of which were that this is not a high job number, does not generate a high number of jobs, nor a number of high-paying jobs and such. So I think our thought was more that there's a significant amount of vacant warehouse, office, R&D space on South Street, and especially with the unknown of what might happen even with Dell in the next 1 to 5 years. If they chose to relocate, that would put more vacant space in this Industrial A district. I don't think we feel that adding more of that type of space is really a prudent development decision for the property that Paul owns. So that was our thoughts on this.
Before that, I'd like to, Mary, if there's any comments, you guys did vote on it, maybe you can kind of articulate or give a little background and discussion and rationale.
Yes, there was a wide variety of thoughts on this. One side of it was, why don't we, there's certainly, reasonable business use. Why don't we send it to the voters at town meeting? And then the other side of it was essentially that, again, as the petitioner was stating, that this does not produce a lot of jobs, not high-paying jobs. It is highly likely to be a use that will stay there for a long time. So it doesn't necessarily fit with the type of business that we wish to encourage, the highest value type of business that we would wish to encourage in the Industrial A and Industrial B. So those were the 2 points of view.
Questions from the board?
Sure.
The chair? Absolutely.
Thank you. Can we have some clarification where else a storage business could be located in town?
No place.
Not allowed. And that's maybe part of the question that we're looking at is this area not, if there's pre-existing businesses there, it doesn't seem like they're going to push out a business. It's going to seem like they're going to add a business, and it's a business in a industrial area. So that part seems to fit what we're looking to do, even though it's not the perfect, everyone's a scientist and everyone's doing their thing, creating jobs. But it does help increase the commercial tax base, and I don't see it hurting anything. But my major question is, would there be anywhere else in town that would be a better solution? And I'm thinking the answer is no, so.
I don't think so. Can we get the picture of, do we have the zoning map? Just to be able, can we pull that up possibly?
Might take me a minute.
Yeah, that's fine. We can discuss in the meantime, because I think there's a couple other petitions that have.
Is this just along the 495
Yeah,
corridor? I'm
Industrial
assuming?
Way, right, off South Street.
Yes,
Correct.
it's the South Street corridor.
Through the chair, clarifying question. So, self-storage is not allowed by special permit either, correct?
Correct.
So that was going to be my question. You and I are thinking a lot tonight alike. Was there an option to add it by special permit instead of by right?
We're trying to get this approved, obviously, by right. And like Mr. Durso said, there's no place in town right now that you could, have self-storage. There's from doing a little research, there's a pretty huge need for it. It's in every town around us. If anybody from Hopkinton, they can go to Milford, they can go to Westboro, they can go to Ashland, they can go to Upton. Why not just keep the services in town? So I think it obviously adds to our services in town, and you're right, it's not going to bring in any Mensa candidates to run it and, go make $300,000 a year, but, yeah, well, I'm definitely not a Mensa candidate. So I think that, that's the reason why, I'm proposing it for South Street. I mean, the zone advisory, didn't agree, which, when we actually brought it in front of them and they said yes to a car wash, I didn't think they would, I thought the car wash would be a no and the storage would be a no-brainer, but again, I don't know what they were thinking.
So just to follow on my question.
Okay.
Sorry. The point being that I think it's a controversial enough discussion that I'd rather see it by special permit than by right. Just my comment.
Yeah.
So so this, in the interest of time, this is going to go to town meeting whether or not we approve it.
Correct.
I think maybe we should limit our discussion.
Right. Either we want to kind of endorse this, here's the thing.
We'd love your endorsement.
We can endorse it, we can not endorse it, we can decide, not endorse it, or we can just kind of push it, right? We'll end up with the three options.
You're just making a recommendation.
Just making the recommendation, so we don't need to overthink it, Carol.
Okay, so sitting on Zach, I personally am opposed to this. It is, in my opinion, it's a large use of land in a zone that we have not a lot of land, that for years people have been telling us we need to maximize the use of this land to bring in tax revenue, to stabilize our tax base and everything else, and this is a big use of land. We're not talking about a special permit, we're not talking about one particular property, which, if that was the situation, I might be a little bit looking at it differently. We're talking about the entire zone. It's a huge use, space-wise, and it generates little benefit to the town. Yes, it is a convenience for people that have more stuff to store than they can keep on their property. Personally, that's not a big deal to me, and I don't think we should be giving up our industrial zone for that.
Fair enough. So, comment? Hold on, I go Mariel first.
Oh, sorry. I find myself very conflicted on this because I see that it's a use that people, I myself used self-storage in Westboro, to your point, when I was doing renovations. And we don't have a lot of people flocking to South Street as much as we would like to have highest and best use of that property. And I think that argument carries weight. I would hate to see it be an entire lineup of car washes and self-storage facilities. I definitely would be more likely to support it if it was by special permit.
Right. Gary?
So just given that Zach has already reviewed this and chosen not to support it, it's still going to town meeting either way.
Right.
But based on that and based on our timing constraints here, I'd actually like to move that we I move that we don't support this for town meeting.
So we haven't heard from the public yet.
Right, I need to kind of open up to the public. Let me open up to the public for comments on this particular topic. We can.
We have a move, so I'm just going to second it and then we can do discussion.
But before we do that, I want to open up to the public first before discussion.
Okay.
Discussion will be among board members. Right? So let me open up to the public on this particular topic, self-storage facilities. Come on up and state your name and your address, please.
Mary Arnott, 51 Teresa Road. I would not be in favor of the entire district being opened up to storage facilities if there would be a certain section of the business district or a certain limit on the amount of square feet that you might include, as well as the special permit. I think that would give you some flexibility in terms of still being able to try to attract some more tax-generating businesses and something that would generate jobs, as opposed to just allowing the whole district to become self-storage if somebody wanted to.
Okay. Thank you.
Ron Foisey, 25 Chamberlain Street. A member of the Economic Development Council of the Chamber, and one comment that we hear regularly from business owners, there are not enough amenities in town for them to locate their business here. This is a perfect amenity that would help the Economic Development Council work more aggressively to attract businesses to town. So I would support it.
All right, anybody else?
Hi, Nanda Barker Hook, 75 Grove Street. I just wanted to speak, my husband's not here, but my husband Ted Barker Hook sent a letter in, so hopefully everybody received that, and he's in opposition. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public? Okay, now I would entertain. Is your motion on the table?
Sure, so, I want to make sure.
To not support it.
I move that we, as a planning board, vote to not support this amendment.
Second. There's a discussion?
Yeah, I just have a personal fondness for making affirmative motions so that when you're voting yes, you're voting yes, and when you're voting no, you're voting no, but I get it.
This is to not support the proposal.
Yeah, I just, in practice, so it doesn't mean you support it if you say I move to support it, it'll rise or fall and get the same vote.
I think that's a fair point, so can I rephrase that movement? Sorry. So then I move that we support this amendment on, what's the right way to say this?
Town meeting floor?
Self-storage.
You want to support this amendment going forward?
Support this amendment as written.
To go forward.
Citizen petition.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion points now.
Discussion. I don't think we should. I think that we need to respect what Zach has brought back. And I think as being one of our very own boards that we appoint, and that and we should listen and adhere to what Zach said, and Zach did not approve it. I don't think that necessarily means that that's what's going to happen in the meeting, in the town meeting. So I would counter that thought.
All right. The comments quickly?
30
seconds.
Now I'm panicking. I'm for this being passed and supported by us. I believe in free enterprise. We have a business owner that wants to do something positive in town, bring a business to town. It's one. It's not like I would like it better if it was spot zoning. It's not spot zoning. It's giving them a chance to run a business. It's free enterprise. That's what America's built on. That's why I would support voting yes.
Thank you. I will also support this amendment. I do think it's a reasonable business use. I don't think it's the zoning industrial A is going to be now overrun by storage facilities. I do think, to Mr. Foisey's point, businesses are looking for amenities, and this kind of fits the tab on this one. So I am in favor of it. Any more discussion? All right, now it's time for a vote. All those in favor of voting to support this going forward to town meeting, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Oh, boy.
It's close.
It's close.
4 to 5, it failed.
4 to 5. Did you do it quickly? All right. Did you get all those, Kobe?
Fran, you?
I was the 4.
You're in favor, and...
Frank?
Mary and Frank.
Mary.
Mary, and...
And Mariel. All right. Very good.
Is the next one the senior housing development affordable units?
It is indeed.
Okay.
Do we want to do, can I make a suggestion that we do the car wash while we have the...
The proponent? Do we want to do that? You think that we're going to get that one through?
Do we have what do you mean a sponsor?
What?
That wasn't a
Sponsored
citizen
by Zach.
petition.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought,
Oh, yeah, it's
I
Zach.
thought he was mentioning that they had...
Oh,
He
no,
did bring it to
no, no.
Zach, I believe, but then Zach supported it.
Okay,
Is that
so
right?
Zach supported it.
Zach
Sorry.
supported it.
Yeah.
But then we discussed it. Okay, so if we're going to discuss the car wash one, do you want to do that one?
So Mary mentioned, talking about the car wash, not going in the exact order, but since the applicant is here, why don't we just kind of take care of that? Hopefully we can get it done relatively quickly.
But I don't think there was an applicant involved.
Wasn't it a citizen's petition?
No.
No.
It is not.
Okay.
It's Zach.
All right, take it back.
So,
Go ahead, Mary.
car wash was discussed as a use to add to the industrial A district, and by right, I think. And we discussed it at, okay, special permit, but we discussed it on February 25th, and we continued the discussion because several of us wanted to work on rewording and perhaps taking it out of the business district and so on. So the proposal, that was okay with the town council? That's one of the things you were checking?
Did the necessary advertisement.
So that's why we're bringing it up again, is because we've changed the proposal to remove it from the downtown business district and the business district, right?
It was a consensus, it wasn't voted,
Right?
but.
Yeah, but that's the new wording, and to add it to industrial A. So it's basically instead of downtown. We'd add it to industrial A. Is it by right or by special? By special permit. Okay, is everybody clear on that?
No.
Okay, so.
Is it two separate votes, one to take it out of downtown? And one to put in industrial A?
No, we're putting it in one article.
At the February 25th hearing, the board was the consensus to potentially proceed with, adding it to industrial A by special permit, to remove it from downtown business at the same time.
So it's as one article now?
Yes.
One article.
I don't think that's stated clearly here, number 7. I don't see anything about removing it from the business in downtown.
If you're looking at the original February 25th handout,
I'm just looking
it's
at
not
the-
there.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at what we have tonight, page 148.
But that's still the February 25th
Okay.
handout.
That's the original.
All right, so I'll take your word on it, thank you.
So Carol, you clear what we're doing?
Yep.
Moving it out. Further discussion by board members. And then I'm going to open up to the public, so try to keep it brief.
There's a very good point, through the chair, there's a very good point that Ted Barker makes about the environmental impact. And I'd like to say that the car wash that's in Westboro, that's solar powered, I know there's one in Douglas that's solar powered, and I hope that you'd be willing to do a solar powered car wash
Marbles.
to kind of offset the environmental.
And they reuse the gray water as well. It's nice.
Yeah, so let's not talk about specifics of the environmental, but the ZAC had included wording that said, it would be using the, most state-of-the-art resource utilization, could include solar, could include the gray water, the whole bit. And that's why it's under special permit rather than by right, so that it would go through that process and have to meet those things.
Correct.
So that's the idea going forward to town meeting, okay?
Quick comment?
In language, hold on a second. In language
Suggested.
by town council has made it as such that it's sustainable and efficient use of resources. So I think by special permit, that discussion is going to kind of come forth. So quickly, I'll allow it, but then I want to
Just
kind of move
a
forward.
quick note that this is similar to the previous discussion on storage. That is a controversial item, and because we're doing it by special permit, I support it.
Okay, but I do want to open it up to members of the public for their comment unless there's more discussion by board members. So this is any comment regarding the car wash?
Mary Arnott, 51 Teresa Road. This came up at a planning board meeting that I attended before, and I spoke against it for the reasons of that I was very concerned about water usage. A car wash does not generate jobs, it does not generate a lot of tax revenue, but it is a very detrimental use of water resources, which I think is trying to be addressed through the zoning board on the environmental issues with special permit, maybe state-of-the-art technology or what. But again, I would speak out against putting car washes in town. There's enough, close enough by, and you're in your car, you can drive 5 minutes to get to a car wash if you need to have it done in Ashland or Milford or whatever. So I'm very concerned about water resources, because every summer, we're told not to water our lawns and not to be able to put water in pools, and this town has a water resource problem as it is, so that, I just bring that up for that reason. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any other members of the public? All right. Any other discussion here?
I'd like to make a motion to support the article, or support the, I guess it's the article as written, right?
With the car wash moving to industrial A and out of the downtown.
Correct.
Business.
Is that town council's language?
Yes.
Town council's
And the special permit.
Second.
Yeah, wait, it's in there by special permit. Yeah.
Frank seconded it.
I already second it.
Second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those
Me.
abstain? Oh, Carol? Got one, anybody else? One opposed, no abstentions. Motion passes. All right,
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Which one do we think we can do in 2 minutes?
Another of the Osmond ones.
Associated retail? Is that-
Associate-
No,
yeah.
then we already voted
Solar
that.
voltaic screen.
They're all simple, yes, they are. Let's go in associate retail to manufacturing use, number
Okay.
5.
We did discuss this on 225, and our consensus was to propose it by special permit instead of by right, and incorporate town council language. So,
And I just needed to check the ad, which was fine, so
okay, and town council said it was fine to do without re-advertising?
you can do, yeah, we
Okay.
advertise to cover that.
Okay, so essentially, so I'm just trying to understand whether or not we are rediscussing this as a public hearing, or if that has already been done.
Board didn't, never close it out, board didn't vote, because it wasn't clear
Okay.
whether.
Correct. And let me just, to everyone's edification, what we're talking about here is accessory retail to manufacturing use, industrial A and industrial B districts. This proposal would allow a manufacturing use in industrial A and industrial B districts to have an associated accessory retail use within the same district with a maximum area of up to 5,000 square feet. Some of these manufacturers' uses currently allowed involve the production of goods such as apparel, furniture, and wood products, and it may be beneficial for these uses to have a small retail area where they can sell their goods directly. This use would not be allowed by right, but by special permit. So just to provide some context here. Mary?
Yeah, and that's, generally, it was, as said on February 25th, it was supported by Zach at the time for by right, but you know, we've modified that to by special permit. And as a way of making, you know, retail uses that are right next to the manufacturing for that retail use, an easy addition for a business.
So I'd like to make a motion to...
Before we do, let me ask.
Okay, public, sorry.
Any public comment regarding the change of accessory retail to manufacturing use in industrial?
We did have public comment at the first one too, so.
Okay. All right, no
So I'd
comments?
like to make a motion to support the article as written by town council. Is that okay to say that?
As modified by the board.
Modified by the
That's modified.
As modified by
By council to use as special permit?
special permit.
Okay.
Second.
It's, second's been seconded. Further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those abstaining? So passes. All right, so it is 9 o'clock. At this time, I probably need, we want to continue, I want to try to continue this.
Pick it up later.
I can just pick it up, I don't need to do anything. All right, so we are now going to move to item number 3, which is the 9 o'clock, the continued public hearing, Bucklin and Leonard Street, stormwater management application. Do I need to make a motion to open up the public hearing? So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Very good. Okay, for everyone here.
There it is.
Let me just kind of get on the right page with everybody.
Point of process.
Outline is on page 179.
Mr. Pike, this is Chairman.
179.
Is there a point, a time certain we should conclude this discussion so that we can finish?
Ideally, well, I'll ask the applicant here in a second, what that potentially would look like in terms of the timing for him.
So I can ask you a question about process before you do that?
Yeah, we're gonna need about at least 20 minutes.
For the continuing of the zoning, that's what I was gonna ask, thank you.
All right, so the public hearing is now opened. As the applicant gets settled in, I'll do a quick recap for everyone. This is a continued public hearing for Bucklin and Leonard Streets. 2 parts to it. One is the stormwater management permit. And the second is the petition to construct a paper street, Wall Street Development Corporation. So the applicant had submitted a stormwater management permit, reviewed by the board November 1st, 2018. We need to make a decision on it by April 24th. At the last time the applicant was in front of us, I believe it was the end of January, So I'm sure some things have happened in the interim period to some degree. I will turn it over to the applicant to maybe recap for the board members, things that have occurred, but also just in general, what's your...
Sure, thank you. Lou Petrozzi for Wall Street Development Corp. Since we were last here, we underwent a revision of the plan to address comments made by Beta Engineering. I believe the planning board has a copy of that letter. Based on our reading of the letter, I think all the items that Beta had identified have been addressed in the revision. There was one item that was remaining that I believe our engineers had a conversation with Beta on last Friday regarding the first 160 feet or so of roadway from Pleasant Street, in which case we've worked out a porous pavement type of installation that will be utilized to maintain the drainage calculations post-development. That's pretty much where we stand relative to the stormwater management permit. There's really not much in terms of other comments related to the actual petition to construct the roadway.
Right. So that's for the stormwater management. And the petition, no changes, no updates on that, correct?
I don't think so. No.
So I think from Elaine, I'll ask for any comments from yourself on this, and maybe also, of course, a little direction here. And then I'll also have Phil from Beta to come up to address their updates on the stormwater management permit, and any other comments that he has relative to the application for Wall Street.
I think it'd be interesting to hear from Beta. There were some additional comments, a lot of things that could be addressed in conditions, and I think the board still needs to go through the hearing outline.
Yep.
With regard to some road design, I think a lot of the things that we touched on already, but I think just following through the detailed discussion makes sense.
Do that. Phil, why don't you come on up and...
So, yeah, just for the record, Phil Paradis with Beta Group. Again, we've been asked to peer review this on behalf of the town. It's been several months since we first did an initial review. I think this will be a third review of the plan and package. To address the additional runoff being directed to Pleasant Street, as Lou said, the first part of the road is proposed to be porous pavement. So it comes with unique maintenance issues and replacement issues. So if you look at SW4, just making sure that those things are approved by the DPW, make sure that they can maintain it, they can clean it. If it in fact is going to be a public road, some soil tests to make sure that there's separation of groundwater. Subsequent to this comment, I had a discussion with his engineer about kind of a condition that would include if there wasn't a typical 2-foot separation from the bottom of the pavement design to the seasonal high groundwater, putting in a membrane to protect the groundwater resources. He's designed the system that would drain through through some perforated pipes out to the town drain. So that could be done. And then if it's going to be developed as a homeowners that's going to take over it and maintain the drainage system, then it will include this section of road as well. I did want to point out, as you discussed the roadway situation, the turnaround is currently shown on the plan. They actually provided a auto turn plan that shows the emergency vehicle extending past the easement. So they're turning around the emergency vehicle in a driveway,
that last driveway and putting an easement. So that would, it's kind of a unique situation in that it would require that person keep the end of the driveway free to be able to.
For emergency traffic.
So I think that's got to be, I don't know if it's been vetted with the fire department yet, but that's kind of a safety issue that should be.
The fire chief is here, so we may be able to bring him.
So those are the only outstanding issues that I had this time.
And that's everything relative to the stormwater management, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the road, actually.
And the road, yeah.
And the roadway as well. Any other questions for board members to Beta?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Phil, can you speak to the waivers, requested waivers review? Seems like there's many of them.
15, I think.
Let me get to the page. So these are all items that wouldn't typically be required as part of a subdivision development. I don't know that this would classify as a development. No, I'm not quite sure from an engineering standpoint how this is different, but anyway, these are all required as part of a subdivision.
Perhaps I was asking the wrong person. Elaine, would you be able to help out, please?
So the board has to apply the subdivision regulations to the extent possible. For example, if the subdivision regulations require a 50-foot right-of-way, but they only have 30 feet, then that's obviously something you can't impose. But if there's something that can be accommodated, the board can require it.
Through the chair, I see a bunch on here that we normally do not supply waivers for, like above W9, above ground private utilities. That's not something I would like to approve a waiver on. However, something like W10 streetlights, we always allow that waiver. Waiver from stormwater management, I don't think we would, I don't know how often we do that. W8, but W7, allowing those sidewalks, I would think, we could maybe work with the applicant and see what's feasible. W6, allow no turnaround for dead-end street. That's kind of seems like a big one to me.
So
Pass along the theme there.
There's a lot of things there, and I think what I'd like to do on that, David, is be able to work through the public hearing outline. And I think those things, we may be able to incorporate some of those within those discussions.
Okay. To this point, Mr. Chair, I think, I don't have it in front of me and I can't get to it quickly. Does the outline specifically have a designator for waivers discussion? Because I think we need to add that.
It does. Under the detailed discussion, letter number I, it talks about waiver requests.
Perfect.
So we'll talk about that.
So let's see, what page is that on?
Mr. Chairman, may I just make a suggestion that since there are two separate applications that are pending, and it seems like the stormwater permit application is a separate and distinct application unrelated to the actual construction of the roadway, would it be possible for the board just to simply take that particular
stormwater piece first?
And then whatever discussion we need to have related to the waivers and the construction of the actual roadway, those are completely unrelated to the stormwater management permit. I'll just make that suggestion.
It's a fair suggestion. I know they got stormwater baked in to the public hearing outline. So I prefer not to necessarily deviate from the outline because there's different elements in there that could have an impact on that, but I'm open to the board. I'm not married to it. If you guys feel strongly to kind of carve this out and just talk about the stormwater management piece, I'll do it. Or we can just follow the outline as it's been listed.
I think we should follow the outline.
I also think they're very interrelated.
There's elements to that, so I'd agree with that. I think there's general consensus. We'll just work through that. It's good suggestion. It's fair.
Just to make aware through the chair for everybody, there is two votes, number 10 and number 11 on the agenda, one for each of the two items.
There are, right? So vote on the roadway petition and then the vote on the stormwater management permit. They're separate. Alrighty, if there's no other, Karen.
I do have a question regarding the porous pavement section for the stormwater portion. I know we've talked about that in applications that we've looked at previously and the maintenance in those, and that historically, and I'm talking way back when I was on the board before, that those sort of structures fail quite often, and I wondered if you could expound as to whether or not there's been a vast improvement in that sort of thing, and what sort of maintenance is required to keep that porous section of the roadway functioning in a manner that is required to meet the stormwater.
So, it depends really on the site conditions, whether it's a typical a failure situation in an amount of traffic. Like typically you wouldn't put it in a parking lot in a drive aisle. You'd put it on the parking stalls or areas like that. It does require some maintenance. In this particular situation, I don't know that, you'd obviously want to avoid sanding the road in the winter, and other, making sure that this particular section of roadway is raised above the adjacent properties, so it wouldn't be getting flow from the offsite, so that reduces the chance of failure as well. So it's just what falls on the road itself. So it's really hard to predict whether it's going to fail today or 40 years from now. So
Just as a follow-up, is this a fair burden to put on the town to maintain it so that it operates the way that it should, or should this be a homeowner thing, and how do we control it so that it's maintained properly?
I can answer. We've proposed the homeowners association to maintain the roadway, and so there will be no town expense related to the maintenance of this roadway, either the drainage, stormwater, pavement, any of those things. So.
Okay, and just one last follow-up, is there a way to tell if that section of roadway is doing what it's supposed to do on an ongoing basis, or does it fail and then it's failed? Like, is there any warning sign that says you need to fix this now or it's going to be a problem? Because I know that's a particularly soggy section of town.
Yeah, well, I don't expect it to solve the drainage issues in the area, but I do expect it to, if it's designed and constructed right. I mean, it's designed right, but if it's constructed right and there's adequate porosity in the pavement, then you should be able to take a bucket of water and pour it on the pavement. You can tell if it's working.
Okay.
It's a really easy test.
But to Carol's question, if I can help you out a little bit on that, to know that it would fail would be if it was crumbling or falling apart, or if ice had gotten underneath it and expanded. Those would be the kind, but if the homeowners association is taking care of it.
That's correct. That would be routine maintenance, that it's like a pothole or anything else that would be occurring.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. You good? Any other questions, initial questions from board members before we jump into the outline? So going through the outline, the next item for discussion, and this is the detailed discussion section. So each section, and it's A through J, and it covers things like public safety, stormwater management, utilities, layout design, road design. I'll ask the applicant for some detailed discussion on it, broader discussion from the board, and then I'll open it up to the public. If anybody from the public has a thought or comment on that particular aspect, I'll invite them to come up, state their point of view, and we'll incorporate that into further discussion with the board. Am I missing anything? Good place? All right, the first detailed item is site visit follow-up. I don't know if there was any specific site visit follow-up. Muriel, can you recall anything?
I don't know. We definitely did trot around that property. Yeah, over hill and over dale.
That was fair. I don't recall. I don't know if there was any other notes from board members to
I don't think so.
on that piece. So
We observed that it was very, very wet.
It was very wet
at the time we visited, anyway.
Yeah.
And that the existing home, the new roadway would come up almost right to their front porch, was something we observed on site. I mean, you can see it.
There's people at 58 and 62.
Yeah, but it's the house that is sideways.
Yeah.
That it's the most impacted.
And also, there was the mention of the stone wall that was 90 degrees to the existing stone wall. There's that segment of wall that would be in the way of any development that would need to be moved.
Do you recall that part of the conversation? I do remember
Yeah, well, I think the way we view it is we have a right to construct the roadway. We've petitioned the planning board to construct it according to, as Elaine has said, as closely to your requirements of the subdivision control law as regulations as possible. And that's what we're proposing. It's a variable with 30-foot right-of-way. The existence of the stone wall is not of any consequence to us. We can construct the roadway there.
So go ahead.
Historic stone walls, if you take out a segment, you need to provide for segments that are equal to it. And isn't it a separate petition?
Not a scenic road.
But that's a scenic road.
It's only a scenic road, not for breaking it open.
It's nice to use the stones, but I don't think it's necessarily required by the applicant.
The chair?
I have a question for Elaine. Previously, we voted on whether or not to acknowledge this as a way in existence. And how does that vote impact our discussion on this tonight?
That was a vote that will basically it determines how you'll vote when he goes to submit an A&R plan to create the lots themselves. So what is before the board right now is the construction of the roadway. And eventually, you'll be faced with a plan that would create the lots, and that's where the way in existence argument comes in. He had asked for the determination early on, so that's what you've done.
Okay, so I guess, just so I understand it, and just so everyone else understands it, so we voted to not accept the ways in existence,
right.
But then, even without that support, the applicant can still move forward with a petition to build the road?
That's right. It could serve one lot.
Okay. Thank you.
Just as a point of clarification on the way of existence, in looking at the documentation that was presented, I believe there was a road along the backside of the property. I just don't believe it was accessed between the two properties on Pleasant Street, and it was in fact accessed off of Leonard Street. Does that change anything?
The applicant has not submitted that.
Okay.
Through the chair?
Through the chair. Frank?
And there's outside context to this too, because he's working, hopefully will be working with the abutters to resolve concerns. It's a private matter.
Those are legal concerns between the applicant and the abutters.
But the 3 points that are in the notes are, one of them we've addressed already, and the other 2 we're discussing, so. It's complex.
You okay?
Yes.
Anything else before we continue on? Road design. We want to talk about the road design?
Well, essentially, the road is designed as a rural road, constructed in accordance to the best, most practical standards under your subdivision rules and regs. It's designed so that the surface runoff the road is tilted towards our property, and it's collected in the individual drainage swales that are then channeled into the stormwater basin. We don't believe that there's sufficient area or width within the right-of-way to construct the 20 feet of pavement that's proposed, and also incorporate sidewalks and other things that are typically required under your subdivision application.
And that's part of the waiver request, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that's the same also for the dead end, correct?
Correct, yes. Although we are showing that there will be access or potentially access from Maple Street Extension, as well as a turnaround for emergency vehicles. So for those.
And do we have a picture of that? Is that the one I'm looking at right there? Up on, yeah.
Well, we show it right adjacent to the detention basin. I don't know what you're looking at. Well, yes,
Same one.
yes, right. We show a grading from our proposed roadway onto Maple Street Extension. So if there were, there's two situations happening there. One is Maple Street Extension is a long dead-end street with no turnaround as well. From our discussions with the fire department, is that any kind of connection would be beneficial. If there's an emergency on Maple Street Extension, they would come through our proposed roadway, and vice versa if it was the other way around.
Good, Chair. Can I kind of pick up where I left off earlier with the waivers? Can I just ask the applicant a couple of specific questions?
If it's related to road design, I'll
Yes.
allow it, otherwise I'll, okay?
So, can I ask you why you wouldn't put the utilities underground?
Well, there's when you,
What's that?
It's not road design.
Oh, concerns.
Utilities related to road, right?
It is. Underground.
Underground, okay, cool.
I was with you.
What do you want me to do, pick up the road again?
It was a separate thing
It was
on,
a separate line item for utilities, I
yeah,
believe.
but go ahead.
Okay.
I'll answer the question. I mean, there's just,
All right.
there's a limited amount of space there that's, when you have 20 feet of pavement with a 30-foot right-of-way or thereabouts, and you have shoulders to the roadway, there really isn't a lot of room to install underground utilities.
Through the chair.
Sure.
I don't understand that as a valid point. The utilities are underground, you put it under the street.
Excuse me?
You put the utilities under the street.
No.
That's what all our other developments do.
No, the utilities that are put in regular subdivisions, they're put in the shoulders of the road, they're not in underneath the pavement. Because you have sewer, water, drainage, those are three things that are inside the pavement.
So I can refer through the chair to Legacy Road North, where the design, I think Roy has already left, but straight down the road, and the utilities need to be cemented in,
Yeah.
encased in cement.
Yeah.
So I would
So we've got
I would just ask that you look into,
We'll look into it, but typically, and I have to speak with the DPW, but you usually need, when you have sewer and water underground, they usually require a 10-foot separation. So when you have 10-foot separation between sewer and water, and then you have to have separation between your underground electrical, there really isn't a lot of room there. I mean, it's becomes...
can I ask Rita? Or you want to refer to the other section?
I would refer to it.
Okay, I think there were some others that were related to, specifically to the road design, for the waivers. Sidewalks not considered road, or it is?
I'll allow, because I don't see it anywhere else on here.
So the reason I ask these questions is because every other developer in town applies to these standards, and I was just wondering why you would not, like with sidewalks.
Well, we copied the same application that was applied for by Box Mill Lane on the other side of Leonard Street, and they didn't have any sidewalks or any of that stuff, so...
I think they have underground utilities, though, correct?
Oh, they might, I don't know.
Right.
We simply copied their application, basically, so...
To David's point, there could be walkways in the right-of-way of the properties as part of the project.
Well, we're dealing with a number of issues here between the Conservation Commission and Planning Board. I mean, the Conservation Commission wants us to push the houses closer to the street and thereby limiting any additional space that you would be referring to as a walkway. Plus we have a series of drainage swales along that edge of the roadway that would be on the house, where the houses would be built, and there wouldn't be any room for, the way the drainage is designed, everything is drained, it wouldn't allow for sidewalks to be constructed on that side of the street.
Through the chair, all I heard from that was there may not be room. Maybe it's too big.
You can see how, on the plan, if there were going to be a sidewalk, it would be on the side of the house, where the houses are located. The road is tilted towards village property, so that all of these swales catch the water and directs it into the catch basin. There's a stone trench that's along the edge of the roadway that facilitates that. Really, there wouldn't be any room to construct a 5-foot wide sidewalk that would be of any benefit there, so.
Again, not any room.
Well, we only have a 30-foot right of way, so. If you look at the other roadways that are in the area, there are no sidewalks on those roads either. No sidewalks on Leonard Street, Parks Mill, that sort of thing, so. It's the board's decision, you know, we can only do what we can do.
Right. I do want to open this section up for public comment. If anybody from the public has any questions regarding road design, I'll entertain that, and I'll even open it up to maybe some other comments that they have in general, just because I know we're running up against time, and I want to make sure that the public has an opportunity to share any of their thoughts with that. So, Ms. Wright.
Claire Wright, 28 Hayden Row. Relative to the roadway design and the stormwater, I just would like to have absolute assurance from the developer that with reference to the permeable pavement, that this is indeed going to be taken care of by the homeowners association. I heard two different things. I heard the gentleman to my right refer to that, but then earlier, and it may have been Mr. Paradis, who is working for the town, so he, you know, maybe he misspoke. I heard it said that this was going to be on the DPW. I want to make absolutely certain that where this development is relying partly on the permeable pavement to meet some of their stormwater requirements, that the maintenance for this not be on the town's DPW, which is what I heard. And that type of maintenance, this permeable roadway is going to fail not before the pavement falls apart. It will fail in the sense that it will get clogged with dirt and sand in New England unless it's maintained. There has to be a maintenance schedule that is every bit as important as the maintenance schedules for all the other parts of stormwater infrastructure, whether it's catch basins or infiltration basins. The homeowners association has to include regular cleanings of that permeable pavement, or very quickly it will not work. And the slippery slope of developers starting to meet part of the stormwater requirements by putting in permeable pavement and then possibly putting that on the town is completely not acceptable. So I just want to make sure that it is going to be part of the homeowners association documents, and there's going to be a maintenance schedule which is not paid for by the town but paid for by the homeowners.
Thank you. I think to Ms. Wright's point, the opportunity to have a condition around the maintenance schedule and review the homeowners association prior to final approval probably makes sense at this point. Chief, welcome.
Good evening.
Hey, Chief, how are you?
I think everything's been covered in the comments, but I just wanted to review as far as the roadway, if it did make the connection, and I think we said Maple Street Extension we're talking about, is that? So that is the first choice in any of the plan development that I'm looking for, is a throughway. Absent of that, then I mentioned that a cul-de-sac is the next thing we have in our bylaws. So that's what I normally deal with. I think after that, I think we have some discussion in public safety. Many of the other aspects of the road meet the bylaw, the 20-foot width, the fact that we have water supply down the road, those are all positive. But I think I'm still kind of waiting. I didn't know what the end was here. First choice is a throughway design. I can't remember the length to the end, excuse me, but I know in our bylaw, we look at 500 feet as kind of the length on a dead end, so I don't, I'm drawing a blank on what that number was.
It's probably close to 600, right?
700?
It could be in that area, all the way to the end, yeah.
So there's a couple pieces here that we would normally have some dialogue to say, how do we make up for that? I told you the positive pieces are the width and the fire protection. The negative is the length into a dead-end road, if we can't make the extension. And then the fact that the first choice in that dead end is a cul-de-sac. A second choice would be a hammerhead. A hammerhead into a driveway is something I haven't had to face yet, but the number of driveways isn't extreme when we're talking, that's when I do my risk calculation, I'm trying to figure out how many units we need to access and move from. And then one of the pieces I've brought to you, I don't know if this rises to the occasion, but that's when you can talk about different type of fire protection alternatives. And I just feel like it's almost early for me to suggest something because I don't know what the end is yet. So we've had some of that dialogue together. One last piece I could add, and I think I'm done on the roadway, would be when you have this permeable surface, I've had some challenges getting engineers to say that it will sustain and carry our emergency vehicles. So that's a challenge that any of these ones that I turn to the engineer and really make sure that somebody is stamping that it will, under all conditions, carry our vehicle. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Chief. Bill, is that something that can be addressed now, or is that something that we would need some further?
I can ask my paper guys.
Right, that comes to mind pretty quickly.
I don't know if there's a huge significant constraint.
All right, so it's a follow-up. I'd like to be able to see that. Carol?
Just a couple of questions. You keep mentioning access from Maple Street extension. What is the reality of that ever becoming a possibility? Or is that just
Well, we're working with the homeowners at the end of Maple Street extension, and I think there's possibilities that could happen. I think there are a number of things that are in the mix in terms of that discussion, and I'd rather not get into that in a public session at this point. But we're showing it as an access, but not a paved access at this point. I think there's been discussion about making it maybe a gated access, or just for emergency vehicles only access, not for through traffic access. So those are some of the parameters that we're talking about at this point. We also are showing, as the chief said, we're showing a hammerhead turnaround using the last driveway within the development. There's only 4 houses being proposed, so it's not, I wouldn't consider it to be a significant problem turning one, emergency vehicle in and around in that location.
Okay, just 2 comments from my perspective. It changes the discussion substantially if you can use that access one way or the other, whether it's emergency or not. When you're talking about a 700-foot dead end, that's totally different to me than having emergency access to it. I'm just throwing that out there as a point of the waiver. And the other point that I want to make is the town, as a town, is spending millions of dollars to put utilities underground, and I don't think that we have permitted any new developments where we've allowed utilities to go in above ground. And that's ultimately seems to be our goal as a town, is to get that stuff underground. So I'm reluctant to say it's okay to put your utilities overhead. That's just my opinion.
Well, again, it's the board's decision. We request the waivers because we think it's consistent with what's in that general area. It's above-ground utilities on Leonard Street, above-ground utilities on Pleasant Street. There was above-ground utilities on Bucklin Street. There's 2 utility poles there now, so we think it's a reasonable request. Whether or not the board supports that, it's really the board's decision.
Okay, very good. Phil, last comment.
Just a follow-up, if you can put the section. So if you can see the section there, the roadway section, you see the road, on the right is the water, in the center is the, both to the left of center is the sewer, and then you've got that whole area left of that. If you really want to put a narrow sidewalk and/or utilities.
Some options.
I just have one question on that, and I'm curious, because the stormwater trough there, that, you know, is it an option to put that underground and then put a sidewalk on top of it so that you wouldn't need to request a waiver from the sidewalks?
Well, those basins are on private on the lots themselves, not within the right-of-way, so
Okay.
you consider a sidewalk would have to be within the right-of-way, and that's what we're dealing with in terms of your regulations. In other words, your regulations pertain to the construction of the way, which the way is the 50-foot, or in this case, 30 feet. That's what we're...
But these lots don't exist now, correct?
Well, at least one lot exists.
One lot exists, okay.
So, no, I'm not going to allow it, David, unfortunately, I need to move on. Lou, I think there's some things, I think Carol brings up a good point. Mr. Barbieri, I'm waiting patiently here. You get the last word here. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Peter Barbieri, Attorney Fletcher Tilton. I represent the mayors and the Bloombergs, who are, as you know, on opposite sides of the entry on Pleasant Street. When we were here in January, I raised the question of the cross-section you're looking at there, because it didn't seem to match that first section of Pleasant Street. And what I was told was that is not the first section of Pleasant Street profile. We asked for a cross-section of the area from Pleasant Street to the applicant's property, because that profile is a lot bigger than that. You can see the drainage swale on the side of that profile. That does not fit within the layout being alleged of Bucklin Street and Pleasant Street for the first roughly 200 feet back. So we asked for a profile of that section, because you can't put underground utilities in there because it's even narrower than that 30 feet. So we asked for that. We also asked for a plan, a blow-up of the drainage and the whole grading of that area. We've now seen 2 revisions since that date, and we're still looking at a comment from your consultant that says, the profile needed to be some grading between them. New roadway doesn't show grading, and shows everything drainage sloping to the south, which is directly onto a client's property. So I think we need a profile of that first section. I think you can read the drainage as requested from that first section. I don't think it should be left to include a condition that there has to be positive drainage. It should be shown that there's positive drainage, and that shouldn't be a very difficult thing for the engineer to do. We also have concerns from your consultant's comment from the viewpoint of the pervious pavement. I agree with all the comments made before. When you talk about 4 homeowners having the association, I don't think you pass that off to say documents to be approved. I think you need those as part of this review. I think you need a full budget as part of that review. Homeowners associations are generally good if you're talking 20, 30 lots. You start getting into small lots, nobody wants to take the time to be a trustee of these things, and it's going to fall by the wayside. We've heard about, you know, well, this is a standard waiver and everything else. It's not. I mean, this road through that first section, I would request that you ask for a specific waiver, item by item, given the fact that the plans have changed so many times, both as to the cross-section of the second piece as well as the cross-section of the first piece. There's no sidewalks, there's no underground utilities, there's nothing to meet your standards. My fear in anything you do is that you're going to grant waivers for these 2 items, and then you're going to see the applicant back here for a definitive subdivision plan and saying, you approved all my waivers. You have to let me build this road to service these 4 lots. In January, you made a decision that this was not a way in existence. I think we were told an approval not required plan would be filed so there could be something to appeal. That hasn't been done. I would ask that you continue this hearing to get definitives of the grading, get definitives of the budget in the homeowners association, in DPW acceptance, as referenced in those 3 items as referenced in my letter. And that if the board goes ahead and approve everything, that one of the conditions being no construction be done until there's approval to build the lots. I would not want to see him getting a stormwater permit and go out there and cutting down all the trees and doing everything, and then ultimately not get approval to build the lots. Why is that in the interest in the town, in the neighbors? If there's going to be an approval, all the approvals should be in place, and no construction should take place until such time as whatever final determination is made. So I would request that you continue the hearing, get the engineering details as referenced in those 3 items by the consultant, but also look at a situation of limiting any approval should you decide to give one. No construction until such time as approval of the 4 lots is done, because otherwise, again, you're going to see a request for waiver and saying you already granted all these waivers, you've got to approve my subdivision plan.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I address these
I give
briefly?
the applicant the last minute. Lou,
Just quickly, first of all, if we don't develop the lots, we don't really need a stormwater management permit. It's under the 44,000 square feet or under the 1 acre. We can go in there today and build that roadway. We don't need anyone's permission. We don't need the planning board's permission. We can build the roadway to whatever standard we want. The reason why we're here tonight, or have been in this process, is because we want, when the roadway is built, we want that roadway to be in accordance with your rules and regulations, so that in the event of an A&R plan is submitted, those lots will be on a way that is, has suitable widths, grades, and so on as required by the law. So what Mr. Barberi is suggesting is a lot of nonsense as far as I'm concerned. I mean, we have the right to go and build that roadway today, and we don't need a stormwater management permit, and so on and so forth. So when we get permission to do the lots, if we get permission to build on the lots, we want what we're building to be consistent with what the planning board would grant us as far as a stormwater management permit and the roadway construction.
And I appreciate that. I think we're going through the right process and the right steps here, taking public feedback and input, discussing it on the board, and we'll go through what we have done in the past to make sure we're following the right procedures, looking at waivers and conditions, et cetera. So,
I mean, I can't force the board to grant the waivers. The board has the discretion to grant them or not grant them, but, you know, we're here in good faith, trying to do the best we can with the project.
we all are, as we all are. So, next opportunity for Mr. Bedrosian.
May 13th
May 1-3?
is the last meeting before the election,
May 13th?
if the applicant's willing to grant an extension.
So, I'm kind of curious, what are we asking for as far as this continuance? I mean, as far as I know from the review that's been completed by Beta, that we've complied with all of their...
So we haven't gone through the entire, the working agenda. The public hearing outline, I think it's a courtesy to the members of the public as well as ourselves to make sure we're touching base on all these. I think there were things that, even with the fire chief, I'm not 100% clear that it's already, it's done. So...
I'm 100% clear it's not quite done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
So, May 13th?
If the applicant's willing to grant an extension of time.
So I'm just, again, I'm curious, I want to know what additional information we, as the applicant, are required to, or should be providing.
I think, looking at
other than what we've already provided, there's nothing.
We're going to go through the outline. Maybe we've provided all the information, which is great, but I don't think the board, I'll speak only for myself, I'm not comfortable making any type of determination at this point, having not gone through all the different elements on the outline.
So if we were to continue just the petition to construct the roadway and proceed with the stormwater management permit, which I believe we're in compliance with all the regulations.
All right, do they need our approval for that? Do they need the board's approval for?
Yes. So there's 2 applications, one of
Right.
which is the...
So, I mean,
So
I'm not ready to vote on anything tonight.
Okay. All right, we'll continue one more time.
Fair enough.
All right.
I'd just like the record to state that this board has continued for the applicant a number of times.
It's true, I didn't even think about that.
Just want to make that record, put that on the record.
7:30? Is that open?
9 o'clock?
9?
Public hearing at 7:30 on Whisper Way.
Okay.
So assuming you want to give them more than an hour, 9 o'clock?
Awesome. 9 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Pedrosi, for your time.
9 o'clock?
9
On
o'clock.
the 13th?
Do I need to make a?
I'll move that.
Second.
With the decision due...
With the decision due.
Before the election?
It's May 13th, so it'll be the decision due by May 24th?
With the decision
Before
due
Memorial
by May
Day?
24th.
May 24th. All right, so it's been a motion and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those abstain? All right, thank you very much.
One question, is there an election in between now and May 13th, or no?
After.
Okay, so,
It's May 20th.
thank you.
Very much.
Colby, I'll send you an email.
Okay, so we need to get through a few things here. I know we need to go back to some of the zoning bylaw amendments. I would like to possibly, if we could fit it in beforehand, where do I have it here? Mr. Mezit and his A&R request. If we can do that, hopefully it'll be quick. Knock on wood, famous last words, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you have an index number on that, or?
This is page 9 at the beginning, A&R plan, 10 Linden Street.
Also, is for the 200.
210?
Chair, if I could just make a general comment while they're getting set up.
Yes.
We feel like we've had a surge in last-minute materials coming in. And I'd just like to make a request formally that if people have comments or materials or changes, that those get submitted on the Thursday deadline so that we have time to review them. Because, I mean, showing up with stuff that's written at the meeting doesn't give us time to review it. And so I just want to make sure that,
Yeah, I mean, it's
in
a fair
general,
point.
we really started enforcing that.
I mean, we should almost give that material back to the people that submit it.
I think that we do enforce it, but it's an excellent point. I mean,
Yeah, I agree.
we can't keep people from making comments at the meeting, but it is certainly within our purview to take the time to digest it fully.
I'm wondering if we're publicizing that well enough for people, members of the public may not necessarily know when our packet deadline is. So maybe we could communicate that better.
Is there anything on the website that we could put out there that says if they're submitting anything? That might go a long way.
I'm pretty sure it's not on there.
All right, this is an A&R plan. This is not a public hearing, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So, Mr. Mezza and team were here last meeting, I believe, providing an overview. Maybe let's pick it up and what changes, because there was some discussion at that point. 2 minutes.
Sure. As you may recall, Peter Mezza owns number 10 and would like to extend Linden Street, which is currently a gravel driveway, circa 2,000, to reach what will become number 12, a new home site where he hopes to build a home for himself and his wife. We have an existing gravel driveway that in some spots is only 10 foot wide. So we have proposed to upgrade that to a uniform 12-foot wide surface with a 2-foot wide shoulder on either side to get the 16-foot wide envelope, if you will, to access down to the site. It fits well with the grades through there. It has implications for some of the existing trees that are there. We had a couple of sessions with the fire chief with regard to the design of the driveway to prove out the access for the ladder truck and emergency vehicles to the site. And we are providing a turnout to facilitate the passing of vehicles and a T-type turnaround for the fire truck at the end of the upgrade that will allow access to Peter's home should there ever be a need, and still allow the chief to back out the vehicle and leave the site. And all that is contained on site plans that are currently before the commission and that we have forwarded to the planning board.
All right, Chief, would you like to maybe come on up and provide some insight?
Good evening again. So in evaluating this site, it had several challenges. It's one way in all the way from East Main Street. It has some narrowing of the access road that was challenging. There's no water main going down the road that would supply a fire hydrant. So it had a few more challenges than us in the sense of public safety. And that's where kind of we had some talk about some of the options to make up the fire protection element. Is we talked about a 13D system in the home, and the applicant was I gave him some literature to review, and my understanding is he was amenable to that, and that's kind of a national standard option when you have some of these challenges that you can't overcome. So in that evaluation, I'm comfortable that in my eyes, for the public safety piece, the ambulance can access good, the fire trucks can access good, the narrowness creates a challenge. If we lay a supply line in, then no more fire trucks can get in there, and that's where this 13D system gives them the life safety protection in the home, and we'll get the fire out before we get there, hopefully. But if not, the first company will go in and finish the job up, and they'll be safe. And the ambulance, like I said, in these conditions will do well. So with the number, the only question I had is if there was going to be a big development past that would kind of change the plan. But it sounds like my understanding is that, worst case scenario, there might be something that something that the neighbors may have. So I don't see that roadway changing in any great thing in my evaluation. So I'll leave that up to you to determine.
I have a question on that. And maybe it's for Lane, maybe it's for you, I don't know, but would it preclude the development of additional houses, this sort of hybrid arrangement to satisfy this particular need?
So like in the risk equation, if you were gonna tell me that there was a potential for a dozen or more homes, let's just say, past that, then the narrow road would worry me a lot in the risk equation. If it is only one or two, and it sounded like if that's the case, it would be challenging. I think you just have the same discussion and talk about the same options if they come in front of us. In light of what I know, and the potential is only one or two, I think it's a fair conversation like we're having now.
Interesting. Any other comments or questions from board members to the chief?
I want to thank the chief for a lot of extra effort he puts into our town to keep it safe.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, chief. I think there's nothing else. Questions?
I just have one question based on his comments, but I mean, we're only considering this right now to add one additional lot, correct?
That's
so
correct.
The comments about more potential lots, that I don't feel like that necessarily applies here, because what's being proposed is only the creation of one additional lot. Is that a fair assumption, Elaine?
Someone would have to come back, if they were going to create lots on the other side, they'd come back to this board. And it can't be extended further. Legacy Farms is beyond here, so it can't go any further.
Questions, anything else from the board? Any other updates that you guys want? I mean, the chief was pretty good. I will make a note here for the board. After the discussion, we'll take the following votes. We can vote on a motion to make a finding that the proposed street will provide sufficient width, suitable grades, adequate construction to provide for the need of vehicular traffic in relation to the proposed use of the abutting land and for the installation of municipal services to service the land and buildings. If we vote on the motion to make the finding as a no, then the board would have to vote on a motion to deny the endorsement of the plan for that reason. If the vote on the motion to make the finding is a yes, then the board would vote on a motion to endorse the plan citing the finding. So I'll raise it up to the board, given what the chief has told us. Is there a general consensus that the width grade construction of the current road as is, because they're not going to change it, is adequate to address any type of ambulatory fire needs as expressed?
Affirmative.
Well, they are going to change it a little bit.
They are going
right?
to
They're going to modify a little bit, but it's not going to be 20 feet.
No, but they're
No.
going
It's
to.
going to go,
but
it's
they're-
going to be a little wider.
Yeah.
A little bit shoulder on both.
And just to confirm, if they utilize the land on the other side of the street, it needs to come back as a additional A&R.
It would be another A&R, they'd be creating a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, no other comments? I will entertain a motion to find that the proposed street will provide sufficient width, suitable grade, and adequate construction for the needs of vehicular traffic relative to the proposed use of the abutting land and for the installation of municipal services to service the land and the buildings.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Discussion?
Do we also need to include in this finding the requirement for the additional fire protection that the chief mentioned?
The 13.
The 13D.
Is that, yeah, because it sounds like that's part of his consideration for
Allowing.
supporting the street as designed.
That's a fair point. Can we feels like.
Accept the friendly amendment.
Feels like a condition more than anything, but, I mean, we could do the friendly
But
amendment.
it would also serve as a reminder if anything ever comes back on the other
I
side.
think it's fair, right?
So it's not a condition, it's a finding, so you can do that.
Okay. All right, so we'll add it.
Making a finding that with the addition of the 13.
With the addition of the 13.
13G, that it
That-
provides
yes.
sufficient access.
Yes. So there's been a motion, it's been seconded, discussion, any further discussion?
Further discussion, just
Further
to ask the
discussion.
applicant a quick question.
Sure.
Under the A&R, we don't have any control over underground utilities, but just out of curiosity, will you guys be adding more utility poles and how many?
The expectation is one, to reach the lot, approximately that 70-odd feet to get to our lot corner, and then underground to the home.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
No, just does it reference the improvements that they said they were going to make it 12 feet?
We referenced the plan.
Okay, perfect. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstain? So passes. Do we then need to vote, Elaine, on the motion to endorse the plan?
Yes.
So I'll entertain a motion. So moved.
Second?
Second. Discussion? No discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstain? So passes. All right, gentlemen.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving through the list.
All right, so I am woefully behind, gentlemen and ladies. Back to zoning.
Back to zoning.
We have 3 left. Do we want to take the easiest
What's the easiest?
order, or do we want to go?
Which one is the easiest?
That's a eeny, meeny, miny. Let's do indoor recreation if we could.
Okay.
So, indoor recreation is number 4 in your packets.
We already voted on that.
Yeah, we did that.
We did? Why is
Did
that?
It didn't take a vote.
We didn't vote?
We didn't?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Okay, well,
Well, that could be the
indoor
easiest.
recreation, no, that's the Zach vote. Okay, well, indoor recreation uses.
So it had to be re-advertised because the board decided to allow it by special permit in industrial A and to make no change to B. So you added the special permit, so it had to be re-advertised.
Okay. So, basically, we're saying we're gonna add it by special permit to industrial A. That's it.
And I think we all supported that.
Yes.
And we all did support that. And so it was just a matter of re-advertising, so.
All right.
We did.
So I will then entertain a motion to support the indoor recreation use, industrial A, industrial B districts.
So moved.
By special permit.
By special permit.
Do we need to clarify, no one from public is here?
Ah, well, I was
I don't
gonna
think
ask.
I don't think they are, but.
Any public comment? Thank you very much for being honest. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, all those abstain, so passes. Ta-da. Commercial solar photovoltaic installations. That
Okay,
would be
so-
number 2.
We made a few wording changes, and that had to do with adding the year-round screening, year-round, effective year-round screening, right? And then adding a measure about the earth berming as another potential way to go about it. What page is this?
This is 170.
Thank you, I couldn't find it.
Mine is 146, sorry.
So other than that, you know, we did discuss it last time, or February 25th. So, yeah, so we
Yeah,
can
I
just
don't
take a vote.
see, in the writing, I don't see anything about the berming. I don't see it added in there.
That was additional wording, right?
Yeah, it was
it
additional
something
wording
they
beyond
scribbled
what.
in, and I don't see it there.
Yeah, we have not redrafted that
Oh, okay.
until the board votes.
So,
Got it. So is this taking into account any changes from council as well?
Didn't have any recommended.
I think, I'm just looking at it now, it's pretty clean.
Well, town council
Wouldn't
says
berming be considered landscaping?
Yeah, we
Natural
did discuss that, that it is landscaping, but we wanted to emphasize it.
but it's, yeah, more like earth
So
movement.
this discussion just never came to a conclusion as to what changes you wanted to make.
Okay.
Can I, through the chair,
Yes,
town
ma'am.
council says that we're not clear on what the required screening is supposed to protect. Does it protect from a distance, from high elevations, from public ways, from adjoining properties? I think that's where we got stuck last time. That it's really virtually impossible to protect it from all angles.
Yeah.
I think, and we were all gonna drive by Alexander Road and see what that one looked like. Which I have done a few times now. And I can't really think of anything that would be effective to screen that.
So I think a little bit of thinking that I did, if I can jump in, I did drive around Alexander Road, and it doesn't have, in the non-foliage season, it doesn't have the screening that I sort of had in my mind would be available from the natural vegetation, because they did not ask for any waivers from, to the best of my recollection, there's no waivers from their, the buffer zones. So I think that it makes a great deal of sense that we have to at least ensure that there is some sort of screening at like street level at least. We can't go from every, I don't think we can cover every elevation, but to be standing in the property directly abutting it, looking at it, it ought to be screened
I agree.
from view.
From ground level.
Yeah, that's my thinking.
But I think it's taken care of in the terminology, it says reasonable. You know, I think there, if we use terminology that says reasonable, each case scenario will define that.
I would it be a little bit more specific.
Yeah, and the only reason I say that is because we thought it was reasonable as we were trotting around the Lumber Street one. We all walked that property. We all worked hard to do a great job. And without additional intentional vegetative screening.
I think you need to have
It's not
something
screened.
6 to 8 feet
I do too.
around the perimeter of the facility.
I think it depends vastly on what the site does. If the site goes up, the screening requirement is different than if the site slopes down.
Yeah, it's like Wilson Street.
The language as it was written in the original bylaw just says effective screening.
Yeah.
And that was the problem. And that's what we tried to address, is what is effective in July is not necessarily what's effective in January. And the whole site plan review and looking at screening and all of that is so very subjective depending on what the site is, that I don't think you can say from the street, because the street is not necessarily the problem at site B, where it may be at site A. So I think the whole site plan review process is very subjective. I think the purpose of this was to make it year-round as opposed to just 6 months out of the year, and to give the planning board a little bit more teeth to mandate screening for whatever the planning board felt was effective for a particular site.
So we've got the language in there, it says effective year-round screening. I think the questions that council brings up is from where? From abutting properties, from public ways, higher elevations. Ray says, looks for clarification on that point in the bylaw language. Right, so, I mean, the most immediate one would be any type of a butter, clearly, I would think.
Well, you know, a residential abutter to me, I mean,
That's what I mean.
an industrial abutter.
Right, no, residential butter, but yeah. But there's others, right? That's probably the first one that comes to mind, but there's absolutely others.
This is just my take. My concern is as we get more specific, then if we don't include something, then that can be used to say, well, this isn't actually included. So personally, for me, while I realize that it maybe isn't as specific, I actually like the way it's written, because it gives us the ability to assess it. It gives us the ability to assess it based on the slope and abutters and whatnot. So I actually prefer it the way it's written.
Okay, I'm okay with that. And just
I would concur. I think you need to leave it open, and I think you need to leave each case open to adjudication, because the one that I was most involved with was Wilson Street. And I think that there were vastly different relationships between the upside neighbors, the downside neighbors, those next to wetlands. And, I think it was a very complicated formula. And I think we need to weigh each one and try to do the best. And I think the more open-ended and the I think it gives you that a little bit of teeth. It gives you a little bit more control, and I think that's what Carol was speaking for. So I would concur with the way it's written.
So we have gone full circle on this. The proposed change language, I think, covers what you're looking at, forming effective year-round screening without getting too prescriptive on that. So I will entertain a motion to adopt the proposed language change for commercial solar photovoltaic installation.
Would that include the insertion of earthen berms in that last sentence?
Yes.
Did I say it? Am I missing earthen berms?
I say yes, yeah.
Sure, why not?
That was our consensus last time.
Any comments from the general public on photovoltaic?
It's hard to say, isn't it?
It is, I know, it's getting late too. Is there a motion or no?
So moved.
Second.
So moved and second. Thank you. Further discussion? All right, hearing none. How do you vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those abstain? So passes. So the last one, the one we're all waiting for.
No, there's three more.
Why do I have on the list? I only have one more.
Okay, the Osmond Overlay District, we have residents
There's three
of
parts to it, but there's one
age-restricted
dot.
housing.
Yes, right. Age-restricted, live-in housing.
Okay, so,
Would the live-in managers be easier?
do we want to do the living managers first? I just have this in front of me, so.
If you have the managers in front of you, let's do it.
Okay, residents of age-restricted housing. Okay, so, the Osmond was amended in, I don't know what date, to allow the senior housing development of 180 dwelling units, which was to include some affordable housing units as well. And according to town council, it's been a fairly recent change in Massachusetts laws that does not allow for an age restriction on affordable housing units. So this is our dilemma. We have to change it somehow to make it work with Massachusetts law. Several options were developed, and the question is, do we want to send all these options to town meeting, or do we want to send only some of them? But we need to send something to town meeting, all right? Because it has to be changed. There's one proposal that would simply remove the age restriction on the Legacy Farms North Heritage Properties 180 dwelling units, right? So that would remove the age restriction.
The age restriction of children.
That would remove,
Remove the prohibition of school children.
yes, remove the prohibition of school children, yes.
Okay, but not the age restriction from the
Correct.
development.
Correct. No. It would still have, the 55 plus has to be, one person 55 plus, but it would remove the restriction of under the age of 18.
In all 180 units.
In all 180, yeah. So, and that would then, the affordable housing would still be included in those 180. And that is the only situation in which we can have the affordable housing in that 180, is if we remove that under 18 restriction, okay? I know that Elaine will jump in if I say anything wrong. So, another option is to remove the affordable housing requirement within those 180. And in that case, we can have a payment in lieu to the fund that we have in town for affordable housing, such that the town has the money to create affordable housing units as it sees fit. And what was the other option? There was a third option. I'm probably downgrading it in my... you remember?
But we don't have to accept a payment, right? We could require them to.
Build it someplace else?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that the third option, I think?
But it wasn't possible to build it someplace else within Legacy because it was all built out. That was my understanding.
And does it have to be
Would have
within
to go
Legacy?
someplace else. It would
Have to
go
be
someplace
someplace
Would go
else.
someplace else, but that's, right, that's an option though.
Yes. Yes.
Can I ask a question? Is that, is that A, because Legacy North hasn't been proposed yet, or that other section of Legacy North hasn't been proposed yet? So you can't push your affordable to something that's not?
Yep, so they're at the cap.
They're
at the limit of permitting.
Even the section that's not built?
Right, so, but it's all permitted, so this board's
All permitted.
plan for that.
Okay.
If they were, maybe this is a question more for Elaine, if they were to remove, or take option 2, remove the affordable housing designation there, how many units would be lost?
18.
So there'd be 18.
And then how does that impact our overall percentage for the town? Are we still above?
Well, so the 180 units that's there comes into the town denominator of
Right.
10%. So you're adding 180 units without that 10% that goes with it.
Exactly. It's a big number.
Right.
But my question is, do we know what impact? Are we still going to be under the threshold? I don't know. Roy, maybe you know that. Come on up.
Clarification, one of Legacy Farms. It's my understanding that the only thing that you're removing this restriction on is the 18 units, not the other 162.
Can you come up
No.
here? I can't really hear what he's saying, and
He's fine.
I know
This
that.
microphone's not for you, but yeah. It's okay.
That's not true.
But the people at home
Allergies
can.
to that.
That's what I mean. That's
Peter can clarify this further, but it's my understanding that the only thing I think you need to actually, I believe you need to vote 2 things. One, if you got to get a restriction no matter what, because that's frankly now illegal. But I believe the only thing that you're changing is on the affordable units, because the rest of the development, the remaining 162 units, will still be age-restricted units. And as Mr. Gately will tell you, he has agreements with the people who are buying units there, that in fact those units are going to be restricted, because I don't think that the state has much to say about that, because you're not asking them to be accounted for any numbers as far as affordable goes.
I think as long as that restriction is in the master deed, the state will not certify those units.
That's what
Will not what?
Not certify those affordable units.
No, I'm not talking about the affordable, I'm talking about the 162.
Right, but they all have the same master deed.
No, I understand that, but the question is, if you lift it on the, that's a good point, you may have to have a separate deed. But I think, number one, you have to lift the restriction, but I think you need to have another means and method, and again, Peter will get into it with Vin, you need to have another means and method for the developer to qualify something, whether it's giving money to a fund that eventually you could build affordable housing elsewhere or something, but right now it's...
To offset that.
Yeah, I'll let Peter pick it up.
Mr. Barbier? Why not? Come on in.
Good evening again.
Clarify.
Peter Barbier, Fletcher Tilton for Heritage. You know, as you would anticipate when the approvals came in, everything has moved forward. The master deed has been approved and everything else. Financing has been obtained based upon your bylaw and the decision which has this age-restricted issue. The property has been marketed that way. We have buyers who bought because of that situation. So we understand the predicament that the state has put everybody in as a result of saying these units don't qualify. It seems to me there's 2 things. One, talking about Legacy Farm and OSMD, and I don't know what your bylaw says, you know, if other seniors come forward, and you might want to take that out of restriction for future for them. But from the viewpoint of our point of view, we're kind of stuck with that at this stage of the game, because we get buyers who bought into that, and that's what they want. So we want to work with you to come up with something. We think the payment in lieu is probably the best approach, and we've been trying to look at numbers and do everything, and given the hour and the time frame you used, that kind of suggestion is maybe you can appoint a subcommittee where we all can sit down and go through the numbers, because right now, the way the bylaw is written, well, first it talks about a 3-bedroom unit price that we would pay to the town. Now, these are 2-bedroom units, so I think that's an easy fix, and I would hope you would agree to that. If we're only building a 2, we wouldn't pay the town for a 3. And then secondly, it's just a question of what that amount is. We're not, based upon the numbers we've got so far, in a position in the discussions that Vince People has had with the state, is they're putting a figure of $208,500 on the sale of a 2-bedroom senior thing that we're building. So the numbers don't work out financially. We can say, okay, we'll give the town $208,500, and then that's your affordable unit. You can go do whatever you want, your trust fund and everything else, and then have the cost of replacing that unit. And we're talking about at this stage, again, which the state has agreed to, the middle units of the triplexes. And then having to build that unit, and again, and you're gonna build it a little bit better than the other ones, and we're over what we sell that unit for. So that's our predicament, and we think with a group of people, we can come up with numbers, hopefully, to make that work where you do a payment in lieu. But the way it's written now, from the viewpoint of giving you a straight cash for an affordable unit, and then having to construct another market unit, what we sell it on doesn't work. So our hope is that we can sit down between now and 2 weeks with some folks and look at numbers and come up with a scenario. Framingham has used the percentage of the building permit fee, and that's one option.
Elaine? I'll ask Elaine and then Muriel. I'm looking over here, but I'm pointing over there. I was just maybe looking for some clarification. If you have a question that would further edify.
I don't mind if you go to Elaine first.
You don't want to go to Elaine?
No.
She doesn't mind.
Oh, you don't mind? I thought you
I don't mind if you go to Elaine.
Sure, I just.
Right?
Elaine, you're up. You're up.
What was the question?
So just in terms of what Mr. Barbieri is proposing, is this something that, as we discuss it here, would be amenable that we could take to the town meeting?
You could continue to look at refining the payment in lieu if you wanted to go ahead and propose a payment in lieu option. The language, of course, can be modified at town meeting as long as you're within the scope of the article. So you would put something in that, you wouldn't want to go higher than that, you'd want to come down.
Mm-hmm.
But you could certainly discuss it, but you'd have to come up with some language now to go into the warrant. What's in the warrant as you originally submitted it, but
It's different.
you want to make some changes.
You have to make some changes. Muriel?
Yes, I'd like to make a couple points. First of all, he doesn't have to replace units, right?
No, I
So
know.
we're not obligated to make that softer or easier, right? And I have a philosophical preference for asking developers to actually do the work that they do better than the town will ever do it, and replicate the units in town. And I'd like to just be a proponent of not necessarily taking a payment in lieu of that's going into a fund that we may or may never utilize very efficiently or effectively for affordable housing. The only other thing I wanted to say is that every single time we talk about affordable housing, we talk about it in terms of beating our threshold, which I understand why that is, but philosophically, I also just want to throw out there that we want to be a town that has a rich cross-section of residents and development, and it's not just about beating a threshold and avoiding the threat of an unfriendly 40B. It's about making our town a little bit more vibrant as well, and seeing how we want, growing the way we want to grow.
For tonight, I agree with, I don't want to remove the prohibition on school children. I'd like to keep that in, so.
I agree.
So I'm comfortable moving forward with that. And could we have the language as such that it could be either a payment in lieu or building of other units to be discussed, to be finalized before town meeting, or?
Can we add both of those in there and then kind of take part out once we?
So you will decide what your motion will be between now and town meeting, but you could have all of the options in there.
Why don't, for tonight's purposes, do that? And at least we have something then.
Could we have a subcommittee to discuss the options, or? No?
I mean,
our meetings are very full.
Yeah, I just don't see the point of a subcommittee. We talk about this particular issue in every development. I think we got this one nailed. But if nobody else feels like that we do, and we need a subcommittee, I don't want to be on it, but you can.
I did want to mention that there is a provision in the host community agreement in the last amendment that addresses if there are children in a senior housing development, there are payments to be made. So if the prohibition on children was removed, there would be payments made in the amount of $9,000 per excess pupil per year, prorated on the academic year until the number of students is reduced to 3 or fewer.
And who pays that?
The developer.
The developer. So per year, so.
So.
Yeah,
I guess that's what I don't understand,
There's-
is 10 years from now,
So if
there's.
there's more than 3 in a senior housing development, then this kicks in until that number goes below 3.
And who's verifying that?
But I guess where my concern is that we have, I mean, how do we enforce that? Because, I mean, unless it's just on the goodwill of the developer, whereas I'd rather actually have the association liable for that.
There's reporting to the town, so the town would know how many school children are living in the development?
I know that we can count the number of students, but with regards to the developer actually paying that, if the developer, goes bankrupt, then we have no ability to.
Well, the town would sue the association. I haven't seen the documents, I'm assuming they have the prospect of a lien to get the payment.
Yeah, I thought the condo association.
Right. It's no different than not maintaining your drainage system. The town can get a lien against it too.
If I could, when this goes to town meeting, assuming it passes, the.
Nobody can hear you at home.
Assuming this passes at town meeting, I've discussed this with some of the selectmen. The selectmen will also have to change the host community agreement because that'll be in direct violation of the law.
Depending on what changes voted.
On the age.
Yes, on the age issue.
So, I mean, I'm open, I'm kind of brain fried right now. I'll take some more comments, but I would be open to language that we could put in that gives us some flexibility.
I just have a question with regards to Sanctuary Lane, which is that situation where one resident has to be over 55. How many children are in that development?
I don't know. And we can't know.
We can't.
No.
My concern is, we've talked about affordable housing. We've talked about the fact that we don't want a section in town that's affordable housing. We've talked about that we'd like it interspersed with our regular housing. The Legacy Farms property went through the whole thing with it's gonna be this percentage affordable. And the way I'm seeing I'm sorry, it's a marketing issue for you because you've sold it as there won't be any children in this development. But from my perspective, the whole development was based on it's gonna be this mix, and you were allowed the over 55 housing under that same condition. And I personally am reluctant to change my mind on taking away the affordable component because it's a marketing thing.
If I may. I don't dispute the concept, and we agree with that 100%. And that's, we took the bylaw, we took the decisions which the town gave us and went out in good faith, and that's the way it's developed. And I don't think you can leave us a position to say, you're telling us on one hand, you have to have the affordable housing there, okay? But then you're telling us on the other hand, it doesn't comply with the law. So we're being told we've got to take out the 18, but yet that's what your decision, that's what your bylaw says that's applicable to this property. So you can't on one hand tell us you have to have the affordable housing there and then go back on your own bylaw and your own permit that we relied upon in good faith and got financing and got mortgage and got approval of a master deed and say, sorry, what do you do? If we put the affordable housing in there, we have to have the restriction at this stage of the game.
I think that's if I can, the central conundrum here is that we're all facing a situation that, doesn't have a neat solution. And nobody has acted outside of good faith, right? So we simply have to put forward a solution whether we love it or not. And I think that I'm very inclined to substantiate, our part of the agreement, and I recognize from a business perspective that changing the age restriction is a huge problem for the developer. And frankly, it's a huge issue for the town, right?
Sure.
So I want to swim with this from both sides. We don't want to create a problem for ourselves. And then I would say, you know, in good faith and keeping with the fact that we all recognize all of us are in a tough bind, that the developer then be flexible and work with us to craft a solution towards the affordable housing question that is potentially a little bit elegant and workable and in keeping with what we would eventually like to see for the town of Hopkinton, and that is with affordable housing, sort of less segregated and less visible and more integrated and in keeping with.
Right, so I'm going to ask Mary, is there language, or Elaine, is there language that we can put together, because we're just going around in circles on this right now?
Can I make a comment?
Sure, Katie, quickly, come on up, just state your name and...
Is this a public hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, because I've been raising my hand and...
No, on this particular topic, I just saw it, so please come on up.
So, I support the affordable housing, and I understand what they say, that this would cause their business plan to change a little bit, but from what I've observed with the market and the sales, I don't think there was going to be any shortage of buyers. What I've seen is that legacy farms, you can't build them fast enough, that they're sold before they're done, you know. So I think the market, you know, granted it would be a different type of a mix or whatever, but I think it's probably something that I mean, you couldn't have a better climate than you have right now for the demand for people to move to Hopkinton. So I think that giving up the affordable housing is, if you give it up now, I think it's going to be very difficult to get it back. I think, you know, $200,000 is not going to buy a house in Hopkinton for anybody. So if you had them make that payment, that's not going to work. And you know, like you say, having a committee try to build a development would just be a disaster. So, you know, I think the affordable housing, you know, I think it should stay, and, you know, I think they could make the adjustment.
Thank you. Mary?
There's wording here that was amended by town council that I can read. This is option 2, which but I'll read them both. This one made more sense at the moment. Okay, to see if the town will vote to amend Article 26 of the zoning bylaw by inserting a new paragraph at the end of section 210-167C affordable housing as follows. An applicant may contribute funds to the Town of Hopkinton Affordable Housing Trust Fund to be used for the development or creation of affordable housing in lieu of constructing and offering the dwelling units required by that section. For each affordable housing dwelling unit not constructed or provided, the fee shall be an amount equal to, and this is the 3-bedroom home section, you know, because that's how it's worded, that is affordable to a qualified affordable housing unit purchaser. I'm just going to skip ahead. Okay, and payments shall be made according to a schedule agreed upon by the planning board and the applicant. So it doesn't, you know, necessarily give all the details, but it says that, okay, yes, they're voting on this, and then planning board will go forward with some of these details with the schedule. And then option 1 essentially would involve deleting the affordable housing subsection C in its entirety. And then the first section would then read, except as otherwise provided in the following paragraph of this section, not fewer than 60 dwelling units. Don't know if that's revised since then, but within the Ozma district shall be affordable housing, which shall be located Okay, that's the existing wording, and that would stay in there, okay? So, and deleting the phrase, in addition to the affordable housing requirements provided in subsection C of this section in its entirety, saying that notwithstanding the foregoing, if prior to the issuance of building permit for development project that contains affordable housing is no longer in effect, or the rules, regulations, and guidelines of the Massachusetts Community Housing and Community Development no longer provide that all of the units in the rental unit that contains at least 25% affordable housing units. Okay, this is not making sense to me.
So,
I'm sorry.
We can work with town council to word the articles to provide the full range of options. The board can let them go ahead as they are without a recommendation. That's one option.
okay, I'll take that idea right now, because it's probably the best one I've heard. Roy, come on up.
Yeah, no kidding.
Kind of hear what we got.
It's a little confusing, but that article you were reading has to do with the 240 apartments. There are 60 affordable units there.
Right.
So that's why it's confusing.
Okay, thank you.
So, I know, I like, to the planning board members, I like Elaine's suggestion of having town council put in the options available. We can take that to town meeting and allow the discussion to occur at that point. Because it doesn't seem like there's a lot of consensus.
Yeah, I think we should.
I wasn't listening. Can you say that one more time? I apologize.
Sure. Elaine's proposed that she'll work with town council to put language that covers all of the different options, and that's what we can put on town, at the town meeting, and have the discussion and decision made at that point.
And we can refine the motion in the interim if we come up with something that, if we come up with a recommendation that we can.
As long as it's within the scope of
that's
that.
more targeted.
So what I really like about that is it makes, it brings public and it brings round to town meeting this conversation, which we are all struggling with, which I think it's very important for people to hear. I think that it's a conundrum that all towns are going through, and I do like the idea of working with the language and working with town council to try to find, the appropriate staging, because I don't think there is an easy answer. But I think creativity, I think we could get creative, but it has to be with the proper language and with the approval of town council.
So how would that work at town meeting?
I'm sorry.
So,
I
go
also
ahead,
think that we have to ask Carol's question about the overall number of affordable housing in the Osmond. I think that is something that.
Well, in the town in general, right? Because we know in the
no.
Osmond. Right?
I mean, if we're making this change within the Osmond, I think we need to know that we aren't creating another legal issue because the Osmond mandates a certain percentage.
Right, but that's gonna have.
That would be all set, because we already have the units at the apartment complex, they all count.
So these numbers.
We would just go back to the previous language before, so it depends on what you vote, but if someone were to remove the affordable housing requirement, it would just go back to the way it was before the senior housing was part of that. So we would still keep the existing affordable.
The senior housing was a part of the original Osmond,
Right.
correct?
It came later.
This was a modification to that.
Yes, but it's a 2/3 town meeting vote that made this modification that mandated the affordable housing.
At the 18.
Well, there already was an affordable housing requirement before this.
Can we just ask town council that question to make sure that we're not monkeying with we're not creating another problem we'll take to a future town meeting?
Sure.
Got it. So,
To clarify, when we get to town meeting, will we be recommending one option or the other? We'll make a motion for one or the other, correct?
I think we should, otherwise it's gonna be
I'm
bedlam,
just
right?
worried that they're going around in circles at town meeting too. If we
Exactly.
don't
So I
have
think
a
that would be
clear
very
path.
difficult for Muriel, trust me.
Unless I'm sick and then.
No, I took my lumps last year.
Oh, yeah, you did.
And as far as getting creative, we are limited to, what zoning changes were advertised and
Yes.
what's going to be in the warrant, so we have to stay within that
Yes.
scope.
Right. So do we need to make any type of motion this evening, or I think we do need to make some motion to develop
Good to have some
language.
guidance going forward.
Can I ask a point of clarity? Sorry, I know it's really late, but Elaine, you mentioned that there's already a payment model in this,
In the host community agreement.
in the host community agreement.
It's in the zoning bylaw, we already have a payment in lieu allowed for the flexible community development bylaw.
Yes, and is that the same agreement that covers all of Legacy Farms, or is that a separate agreement for this particular development within Legacy Farms?
So the flexible community development applies to everything that's not Legacy Farms, and that requires 1 unit for every 10. So in Legacy, we wanted to keep the same percentage, but so they have their own requirement in their own zoning bylaw.
Yes, which is the one-time fee when they go above 350 students, and then so much per each additional.
That's the host community agreement, so that's not the zoning.
Sorry.
So will we get another look at this in 2 weeks, or?
Well, but I think what Gary is alluding to is that in the language that maybe we talk about on the 22nd, that we have what the formula would be for compensation.
For the payment in lieu of units.
Yes. Payment in lieu.
Into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It really can't go anywhere else. So there wouldn't be payments for anything else.
No.
In the zone.
Right. But the formula of how that's all derived.
Right, so we have a formula now which mirrors what's in the bylaw, so that can be modified.
I guess where I'm going is that I'm more comfortable, and I know this goes against what the developer's asking for, but I'm more comfortable removing the restriction on under 18 if I feel like if it feels like the financial implications for the developer of the association are significant enough to cover the costs that the town would incur, then I'm more comfortable there. Whereas like that's just my personal opinion, but
yeah. Can I make one comment? Vin Gately from Heritage Properties. We're required by our special permit to do affordable units like in proportion to the market units, so that after we've pulled 9 permits for market rate units, the 10th one, and every 10th one would be affordable. So we have that requirement right now we have to live with. We have pulled 7 permits. We're about to put in an application for 2 more. So we're going to be in a spot where
Can't get the 10th.
we can't get a 10th market rate unit. And we're out there, marketing these units, and we're kind of working with something that's moving at the present time. So,
I mean, from the viewpoint of the scenario and keeping the affordable within the project, you still keep it at the age restricted, but they don't count towards your inventory.
Correct. Claire, why don't you come forward, please?
I just wanted to throw out one other conundrum. I have heard rumblings that there's a possibility that the entire concept of over 55 may be challenged on the basis of age discrimination. I don't know where this stands. I don't know if that were to happen, whether an existing development would be grandfathered, or whether they would be required to comply with anti-discrimination laws. But one thing that does worry me is if we go through the steps of making these exemptions, the day could come in the not-too-distant future when the whole place is opened up
For anybody.
or under anyway. So that's a concern.
Yeah, I guess we can't solve that, though.
No, we can't.
A lot of towns are in trouble at that stage.
we can somewhat solve that with an additional payment from the developer or the condo association for the school-age kids, so. I don't know if that's legal either, that might be a whole nother.
That's a whole nother can of worms.
Right, to be able to do that. All right, so just to kind of, if we can try to close the loop on this one?
Yeah, so I'm just going to throw out what my understanding of what we're hoping to do to keep the language open.
Yeah.
So, and then people can shoot me down. We are making a proposal to maintain the age restriction and not allow children under 18, and make some provision for the affordable units that will not be there now, because you can't have both,
Right.
both things, to either have a payment in lieu of that or construction of units somewhere else in town.
Correct.
That satisfy the affordable structures. So that's what I would like to see happen.
Well,
Are you moving that?
I am.
Second.
I don't know about the off-site. We'll have to see if that's within the four corners of the...
Can I just ask a question that will probably get me laughed out of the room?
hold on, just for process, right? So that was.
Moved and
made a
seconded.
Motion, second, discussion, your point.
I want to know if Roy has another 18 properties laying around that he wants to turn over to affordable.
You don't. I'm concerned that you're putting a hurdle that's not going to be achievable because you're going to come over here.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm concerned that if you put something in where having a cash payment is one thing, because that's definable, one can do that, whatever that works out to be. Or if you want to have no restriction on leaving the restriction in place, that works fine too. But if you're suggesting that you have to build affordable off-site somewhere, who knows where the site is? Who knows if you ever get to build it? In the meantime, are you going to allow all 180 units to get built and have some money put in a fund? I think it really complicates the matter. I think it'd be much easier to agree on a dollar amount and have that paid into the trust fund.
I'll just follow up to that. I think that is the hurdle that we have heard before, and it is indeed a conundrum that we can understand, but it's not our problem to solve, and it's solvable.
I just wanted to note that the board is concerned about growth, and when you talk about making payments to build more units, there's going to be more units.
Or
There's gonna
building
be
more units.
Family housing.
Or building more units,
Affordable units.
right?
And there's going to be a lot more children in those.
100%.
Right.
You push on one piece and another piece.
So I echo Mariel's comment. I do think it is the developer to solve that issue. It's too easy just to kind of put money into the pot. I think you just write a check and it's gone. I'd rather have them have skin in the game. They know how to build the units. Find a place in town, either on their facility or somewhere else to build it. That's where I'm going.
We made the Chamberlain Whalen developer do that.
Fine.
It was just 2 units though, right?
It doesn't matter the number, it's the same percentage.
So any more discussion?
I like it.
All right, now we're at a place, ready to vote? All those in favor signify by...
Oh.
I thought you were going to vote next week.
Yeah, this is just to have the language to be able to put it in. Yeah, we're going to refine it. Trust me, it's got more work.
Can we have a motion that they reduce the number of units by the number of places that we have to build elsewhere to make up for
Just made my
their?
head explode. Could you say that again slowly?
Can we have an option that they have to reduce the number of units they are building so that we can build the number of units we have to get the 10% elsewhere? Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's kind of a wash, right?
Well, if they have to provide 18 units,
Right.
then what I'm saying is that their development should contain 18 less units if we have to put 18 units elsewhere.
Well, they'd have to do that in order to get the
Is that within
ratio,
the 4
right?
corners though?
Excuse me. My concern with that is it's kind of double jeopardy. You know, the middle units are not worth as much as the end units, number one. And number two, it's one thing to build them on a site you already own, and you have your roads, you have your infrastructure, you have everything in place, and you're basically just filling in the middle units. But now all of a sudden, if you've got to go out and buy another piece of land, zoning and permitting and infrastructure and roads, I mean, it's going to be a lot more expensive than doing it this way. So I think that would really be...
And if you can't build 180, now you got double whammy.
That's a financial issue you guys needed to consider coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we're ready to meet with
Really, I mean,
council, so
Can we, is it okay if we meet with Ramirez and walks through some things, report
a
back?
representative of,
Somebody from,
What does the next April meeting agenda look like?
hearing for 5 minutes at 7:30, then from 7:35 to 9, 76 Main Street. Discuss the citizen petition for the
Yeah.
one-year growth restriction and town meeting preparation.
Yeah, so I think we have time at the next meeting to have a fuller discussion about this. We've got the growth moratorium articles coming back. We have a bunch of things that we didn't get to.
Sure.
And we don't have other hearings there.
Should we ask town council to be present?
I
That would be a
definitely
good
think we
idea.
need town council for this, because I feel like as we push on one piece, it has implications in other ways. I think it would be very helpful.
Yep. It's fair.
All right, we'll meet with Elaine. Certainly, if a representative of the board could be there, that would, I think, be helpful.
Yep.
We'll meet with council and
I don't mind supporting, if the board is amenable, I do not mind supporting a meeting with Elaine and the developer to try and, refine this a little bit. I'm happy to do that. Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Discussion, Council?
I just thought Elaine maybe had something to add.
Oh.
She looked like she wanted to say something.
It'd be nice if there was consensus on the board, but that's okay.
Well, we still have to vote, because I think there is a motion on the table,
Right,
so a
I
second.
agree.
So we have multiple options coming forward.
Yes.
Are we keeping option one, or the motion was for option two, right? For the, leaving the restriction.
I think
we're going
leave them on the warrant.
Leave it all
for
on the
now,
warrant.
Leave all.
and then the board will decide.
And then we'll boil it down.
The motion was for all options.
So I thought I heard you asking for more refinement, right?
Right.
So I
The
thought that's
motions.
what the motion
Can we-
was, to sort of at least limit some of the options.
So the warrant will have to be set, has to be signed the day after your next meeting. So for all intents and purposes, the language of the articles is going to be set, but you can work on your motions and your amendments between now.
Right, but it
and town
doesn't
meeting.
help you if we have an option that maintains the age restriction and tackles the affordable housing rather than all of the options.
Well, I think you would then decide which ones you're going to support and move on the floor of town meeting. Others may make other motions, but you will be deciding how you want to proceed. So all those options will be there, and anyone can make a motion.
Well, that sounds like a perfect idea. I would love
But at this
that.
point, there's just
That'd
doesn't
be
seem
great.
to be the way to
I mean,
narrow
what
it
could
down.
go wrong?
1,000 people, be great. Do we want a further discussion on this, or there's been a motion, it's been seconded?
Yep.
I'm done discussing.
Do we have to vote on this tonight?
I think you're just giving me direction, that's all, but you don't have to.
I mean, we already have direction though, right?
I'm not sure I understand the consensus of this board about whether we prefer leaving the restriction or not.
I don't think we've come to consensus on
Okay.
that.
I think we're waiting for a little bit of discovery between
I feel like
town council and
I
Elaine.
know which
and-
way I'm gonna go.
I was just gonna say, I don't need any more discovery on that issue for myself. I mean,
Right.
doesn't that help you to have direction about the age restriction, at least?
If the board is strongly in favor of one option versus another,
Well, can we at least just vote on my motion and find out?
A straw poll or something?
Can you repeat your motion?
Sure. So, maintain the age restriction as it exists and solve this is not the way it's going to be worded, and solve the affordable housing conundrum either through a payment in lieu or construction or rehabilitation of other units in town as affordable units.
If you maintain the age restriction, though, there's
right,
no need
as age-restricted affordable units.
there's no need for a payment in lieu of. It's one or the other. It's either maintain the age restriction or take a payment.
No.
No, you can
No, it
take a
isn't.
payment subject
No,
to it
they
has to be
owe
an
us
over
affordable
55.
units. They owe
Yeah.
us affordable units.
Yes.
Period.
Correct.
Correct.
You can restrict the use of the funds to an over 55 unit.
Oh, I don't think we're going to. But maybe.
Why would we do
That sort of starts to go
Option
back to what the state doesn't want us to do.
So
correct?
that's my proposal. If it's not supported by the board, I accept that. My proposal is that we maintain the age restriction and we solve the affordable housing
We maintain the 55 and older.
and the no under.
And no 18s, no under
Yeah.
18.
Okay.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
age restriction.
Good. And I agree
Yeah,
with
the
you on
age
the second.
restriction as it stands.
Is- right.
And then we solve the affordable housing units a different way, either by a payment in lieu, which the developer prefers, or construction or rehabilitation of units, which I prefer, but that's a subject for another day.
All right, so is everybody clear on the motion now? That's been
Yes.
seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstain? All right, we got one opposition.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, we have one, I think we have one left. Mary, correct me if I'm wrong. This is
Yeah.
the Osmond Overlay District Living Managers at Assistant Living Facility.
Yes, and revised language from town council. Not more than 2 on-site apartments that provide permanent live-in residence for on-site staff members employed in a full-time capacity of a continuing care retirement community or assisted living facility shall be deemed a dwelling unit for the purposes of this intensity of use limitation. Okay? So, the background of that is that initially, on-site apartments at assisted living facilities, particularly, what's it called, Fairview? Yeah.
Fairview.
Particularly Fairview, in this instance, in order not to include those as dwelling units, considered as dwelling units, they didn't put full kitchens in there. And they're finding it very difficult to hire people to be on-site personnel living in those units because they don't have kitchens. Okay? And now the current owner is petitioning to create those apartments or, modify the apartments to give them full kitchens. And we basically, in order for the whole intensity of use limitation on, I believe, all of Legacy Farms, we have to make this change if we're going to allow that.
This was supported by Zach.
It was supported by Zach.
All right, discussion?
So I think that we're backed into a corner, and I'm a little frustrated by that. And so I want them to be able to populate their development with folks that will run it, right? And can live there and happily live there. But everybody could have seen this coming, right? Yeah. And I feel like we made an allowance for them to increase their density when we should not have. I guess I just want to know what's specific. I see 100% what's in it for the developer. Like, it's a total win. What's in it for the town? What do we get in return for this? Because
So I echo that sentiment. This is a staffing issue, and there's a lot of ways to solve a staffing issue. You can pay your people more, you can offer them more benefits. I don't know if it's a requirement that they have people living on site. I think this is a convenience for the developer, and I agree with Muriel. This doesn't feel like something that we should be obligated to push forward to town meeting to address a financial or staffing issue for that's my take.
Okay. Do you have a?
Just a detailed point that language that Ray provided.
Yes.
I believe the word "not" was omitted. I think it's supposed to read, "shall not be deemed a dwelling unit."
Trying to see
If it
what-
goes forward,
If it goes forward, that's the intention, if it goes forward.
Right.
Yes.
Right, that is the intention.
Yes.
yeah.
Wait, so these would
Shall
not,
be deemed, yes.
Yeah, that was the intention.
so they won't be counted as dwelling units towards our,
Right, because
Right,
they have
they're
a
not
maximum
counted as
dwelling
dwelling
units, and
units.
they didn't put kitchens in, so it wouldn't be a dwelling unit, and now it's going to be a dwelling
well,
unit?
they don't have a maximum, but Legacy Farms has a maximum.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
So they're not
All these
subject to.
It's the layers, it's the onion we're peeling.
So, Roy, did you have a comment?
Actually, the senior living is a by right use. It wasn't any expansion. And it specifically was permitted without the kitchen, so it didn't violate the rules. I'm not the one asking for this. It's, I believe, the current owners.
Yeah.
And so I
As I said-
really have no opinion on the matter.
Got it.
and I see that Zach supported it 8-0. Let's see, about how many units is it, do we know? Like how-
Two
Two.
additions. Talking about two.
No more than
Two on-site
kitchens.
apartments.
It seems negligible to me. I'm okay with going forward with it.
I kind of fall in Gary's and Muriel's camp here a little bit. This is a business issue. And, you know, there's other ways to be able to solve for this. I mean, yes, it would be nice to have somebody there in their own kitchen, but they can probably look at other means with which to address their staffing. Full stop.
Just one other comment to make too. We're already moving a lot of zoning changes forward to town meeting, and to me, this one just doesn't seem like a big priority for us as town. We've got some other big stuff here, and just based on even last year's experience with a lot of them, I think it waters, it just...
Less is more?
Yeah.
Less is more.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion to support the Osmond Overlay District Live-In Managers Assisted Living Facility.
I will move it in the affirmative.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, I got one. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Any abstentions? All right. Are we done with that? Is there anything else?
Since you sponsored the article, do you want to remove it from the warrant?
I think so.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Then that would be another vote.
So moved. Second.
So moved and seconded. Further discussion, and I'll open this up also to the public, for whatever reason. Feedback?
And just to be clear, what is being moved is to remove it. Thank you.
Yes. All right, further discussion, any? All right, all those in favor to remove it from the warrant signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstain? So done. Elaine, is there anything else?
What does that cut the number
Public hearing?
down to, like,
Close the public hearing?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion to
So
close the
moved.
public hearing.
Is it, we're talking,
Second.
are we continuing it?
Public hearing?
So
I-
the board is...
This
Hold on.
public hearing.
Got your, don't worry, we're not shutting it all down. You guys have waited a long time. So I think Elaine mentioned closure of the public hearing for the articles.
Zoning articles.
For the zoning articles only.
But if
So
we're
moved.
talking about the Osmond and the payment in lieu of,
At another
is that
date.
not,
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be at a public hearing.
okay. Then, so moved.
Second?
I moved it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
All in favor? All in favor?
11 o'clock, don't worry.
All in favor?
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, very good. That is closed. Next on the list, Box Mill Road, Mr. Barbieri. Oh, yes, we will do Wilson Street. But I think next I saw, we'll get to it, Katie. I know it was going to be quicker. You know what? Why don't we just follow the right rationale? Katie Towner, Wilson Street Drainage, Bio Detention Basin. Come on up, we'll go right order.
Okay, so this is in reference to a decision that the board rendered last fall to reconstruct the biodetention basin on Wilson Street. So those were plans that were presented, and it was the result of a hearing that lasted, I don't know, a couple of months or whatever. It was going all the way back to the summer. There was a lot of discussion involved. There was a lot of issues involved, complicated issues, and the plans were approved finally. And then with the promise that they were going to be constructed in November, nothing happened. So I made a public request for information, and what I found is that shortly after the plans had been approved, the developer had gone back and sought an administrative change to significantly degrade the function of the reconstruction. So it effectively nulled the the agreement. So after all of these, you know, we'll get to it, we promise, we'll do it, and months and months and months, they just came around, you know, through the back door and just said, well, there's no reason for this, let's not do it. So and what disturbed me the most is that the rationale for changing the plans was that there was no water quality issue. So the emails, I requested all of the emails, and this request to change the plans went through like 5 levels of designers. It went through multiple telephone conversations, and they kept saying, why are we doing this? And there was no explanation. They had no background. They weren't part of any of the hearings or anything. And you know, you guys have a rule that you're not allowed to vote on something unless you've heard the whole story. So what happened here is that the one person, I don't know why they asked, but they said, well, why, you know, there's no water quality issue here, why are we building this? And look how much it costs, you know, so let's change the plans and let's remove the cost element. And in this case, the cost element was the amount of what they call bioretention soil. So if you recall, the problem with this drainage structure is that the soil was not suitable for drainage. And the stormwater reports that was submitted used incorrect drainage of inches per hour. It was off by a factor of, I don't know, 2 or something. It said it would drain at 2 inches per hour, and then Beta came back and had to analyze it and write a memo, and it was much less than that. So that was the whole purpose that it was reconstructed, is because the original analyses were way off, and there was never any acknowledgement as to why they were way off, just other than proper engineering wasn't done. So it was finally resolved, and Beta came up with a design where they would construct this basin. It would be lined with a layer of bioretention soil so that the pollutants and the sediment would be trapped by this layer of bioretention soil, and then the water that came out from that filtering would then be discharged out the outfall. Well, yeah, that was great. That's what it was supposed to be. But in the end game, where they came around right after it was approved and said, well, you know, we want to cut it back and not go back to the board, we just want to do it behind the scenes. There was, well, anyway, there is a water quality issue. So the water quality issue is that the site has existing issues of contamination that were not brought forth in any of the hearings. So in the letter I wrote, I referenced the report that was submitted to the town, documenting the pesticide contamination of the land and the conditions that imposed on the development. So that memo, which was provided to the town, and which multiple people of the public asked about during the public hearing was not acknowledged. It was not, I don't know if any of you knew about it, but certainly the town knew about it, and certainly it was asked about in the public hearing, and none of us were given any real answers, and there weren't any real questions asked by the planning board. Follow-up questions, you know, is there an issue? So the, you know, I don't know how, and these people that approved this change order, they didn't know anything about the contamination issues. So how can people make good decisions? How can people make good decisions when they don't have all of the information? So this document about the contamination of, you know, the DDT and the pesticides and all that, the dieldrin, this document that documents all that and has since been corroborated by another round of testing resulting from another incident that happened recently. There was more testing done that reconfirmed the presence of 5 different kinds of DDT in the soil.
So Katie, if I could, just kind of like clarifying some things here. The developer or somebody on behalf of the developer made a change order reducing or eliminating that biodegradable soil, or for lack of a better term. Hold on, I'll get you to it in a second, Roy. And as a result, the water that's now flowing through there is further contaminated or contaminated. So that's kind of the broader issue, but kind of higher level, there's been changes without proper approval and oversight. Is that kind of what I'm hearing, or am I missing the point?
Well, there's multiple points, and it's complicated, and you could take it from the point that this should not have been approved administratively due to the complexity.
I'm sorry, I just don't want you to repeat yourself. Yes, that is what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Okay, and that's what we're discussing tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. I just
This
want to be
has not
clear.
been constructed, so, you know, the way this basin works is the runoff enters it, and then,
I get it. It
depending
flows
on how much
through.
bioretention soil you have determines how
I mean,
many.
at the end of the day, it's the bioretention soil, right? There's a gap in that bioretention soil, and as a result, the water flowing through there is not being purified to the extent that it meets basic standards of purification.
Through the chair?
Right, and if there's, since they've reduced the area of it,
Right.
It greatly reduces the amount of, you know, there's an outfall on this structure.
It's not
So if
worth
it gets
it.
to a certain.
We all get it. We all think we understand.
Just go out.
I think we all understand it, right? So I think, is the ask here to bring the developer back in front of this board to kind of have them explain why they made the changes?
That would be one way to go. It should not have been administratively approved.
I think we all,
Understood.
we all kind of
Will you
understand.
also get Beta to speak to it?
Yes, that's what I was going to ask, so, you know, thank you.
Sure.
I would,
and I've got a couple people here.
I would like Mr. Paradise to address this, because there were specific things in the emails, and I appreciate you bringing this forward, Katie, but there were specific things in the emails that referred to Georgia having discussed this with Beta. I don't know if with you personally or with other engineers.
It said, mentioned
And I
Phil.
believe that this is something that we,
They did
no,
not have
that
the
we rely
information
on
about
our
the
engineers.
contamination.
Hold on, please.
Our town engineers. We
They did
rely on-
not have, they were not told that it was
Katie,
contaminated.
Katie, please, we really need to hear from our engineers. What,
Don't your engineers need the information about the existing conditions?
Let us bring up Beta.
And do any of you
And-
aware of the existing conditions?
I've read all of the information, so, yes.
At the
Every-
time of the
every piece of
hearing, were you aware of those existing conditions?
Can we speak to,
Let us bring up other people.
Our engineer?
Right, Phil, come on up, and then
Get some
then Roy, I'm going to
information?
give you the floor as well. So Phil, come on up.
All right, so there's a few different things going on here. First of all, the size of the basin, just a quick review of what happened. The size of the basin was sized for water quality treatment only. And when they designed the roadway and the development for the Legacy Farms Road North, they didn't do a hydraulic analysis and match peak rates of runoff from the site. So what we asked the developer to do was to modify the basin and/or come up with a solution so that we would reduce the runoff from the site. So this basin was increased in size to do that, mitigate the peak rate of runoff from the site. In the process, and this is at the end of the chain of runoff from the site. So there's a swale on the road that leads to others, there's a couple swales and that check dams, and anyway, this is the final piece before it overflows to the road. There is no, the only way it overflows is to fill up and overflow. So the question was, that was presented to me at the time of this modification was, the soil, they can't get the, I don't know, the quantity or there was some issue in terms of getting the quantity of soil they wanted to use. So they were just gonna lower the bottom and provide, I forget what the final version of the thing was. But they were effectively increasing the volume of the basin, so it would actually hold more water.
Right.
So that was the basin would infiltrate into the ground. So that water is going to be infiltrating into the ground and be treated as it and subsequent to that, this runoff is primarily the road. It's not taking any or much runoff from the old farmland. It's primarily the road runoff that's being treated here. So that the issue of contamination should be minimal at this location. And again, it's going to be infiltrated. It's not going to be not treated and
Flow it out. So, okay. I get one follow-up question, but I also want to get Roy. Why don't you come on up and see if we can get all the sides of the story here.
Thank you. Pardon my voice. To clarify first and foremost, this issue of contamination is false. The contamination, which was Deldrin, was detected a long time ago by Haley and Aldridge. We had a complete study of the entire property done. And there was a hot spot of Deldrin, and it wasn't done in secret. We worked very closely with the Board of Health, and we identified the area. We had the soils removed. We got closure on it. We went back to the Board of Health. And by the way, this area is not anywhere near the age-restricted housing. This is actually where houses are being built now by Pulte. So this is the other side of the bridge. So it's not that area at all. As far as we haven't built the retention area at Biobasin. The reason being is we were thinking about doing it last November, and my contractor said he was uncomfortable leaving that raw area exposed through the winter, that we may get erosion, because we want to hydroseed all the edges, and it wasn't going to take that time of year. So it's our intention to do this spring. Now, I believe you all should have gotten a letter I sent to...
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting, but we did talk about it being done before the winter, because the winter was a great concern.
Yes.
And you did not come back before us to let us know that that was now your intention.
Then I should have done that.
That's a good point.
But we didn't. Sorry about that. So,
You know what, it's a safety issue out there. A quick I'm sorry to the board at this point doesn't really satisfy me. I'm just speaking for myself.
Okay.
I will tell you, there were no issues out there this winter that I saw.
Well, isn't that a blessing?
I agree. But the letter you received today, because I brought the concerns up that I received from Elaine relative to this basin, and let me just read you the one highlighted line. This revised design modification provides the same level of water quality treatment, provides additional storage capacity while balancing the overall construction cost of the project. So basically what we've done is we've made the basin larger to hold more water, not less water. And we went to the planning department at that time, submitted plans for discussion purposes, because we felt it was a ministerial change, and then they were sent over to Phil. Phil reviewed them, back and forth with VHB. We were given the go-ahead for those plans. So, assuming the board allows us to move forward, we'd like to get this done this spring.
Chair, just a real quick question on the location.
Sure.
So I was misunderstood. I thought it was up by Wilson Street where we always talked about this.
No,
Is down.
this is at Wilson Street.
Oh, it is? I thought you said it was down by the...
No, the issue of contamination, you know, is like a quarter mile away from that. It's up at the Pulte site, which has been since cleaned up, so that's no longer an issue.
Thank you.
It is an issue, and it's been, there's ongoing issues. There's an open DEP file on it, and the memo that I referenced in my letter says that it's not a hot spot, that they chose a particular sample to test, and that it should be inferred.
Katie, can you come up,
You gotta come up, Sweets, but, and then I'm gonna make a call here in a second, folks.
So there is no hot spot. The way the study was done is that a particular area was selected to sample because they couldn't sample the entire
Sure.
the entire parcel. So they came up with a methodology. You guys got the memo? They came up with a methodology. They picked an area, it was area 29 or something like that. And they did their whole study, and they concluded that it should be reasonably assumed that the same conditions exist on all the rest of the parcel. That was the whole point of this, was to, you know, that was the methodology.
Sure.
And that's in the memo. And since then, with this other issues that have come up, you know, the hauling of the soil off the site against the rules, they're not supposed to haul dirt off the site, but it did occur, and that dirt was tested, and that dirt had, you know, was contaminated. So I guess if you allow violation after violation after violation, you're just telling the developers to keep violating the rules.
So
that the
Katie, what would you
rules are
see as a
not-
resolution here? What would you see as a resolution on this?
I think they should build it as it was approved. We all put in the time, we all put in the effort, we all attended the hearings, you guys voted on the plan, they ought to build it. He said for months and months and months he was gonna build it, and we all went through the hearings, and they ought to build it the way it was, because the point about the bioretention soil is it determines the rate at which it drains, right? So if it doesn't drain at a certain rate, then obviously it's gonna fill up, and then it's gonna spill out the outfall.
I got it.
And you guys have to report on this in the next census.
I understand where you're coming from, what we're going to do. I want to do this. It's been over 20 minutes of time here. I want to ask my board members, do we want to continue this element in discussion at the next meeting or the next open space meeting? What do you guys suggest? Because what I'm hearing is Katie here is looking to us to ensure the proper administration of what we'd approved. You know, using Beta as our conduit, but also kind of working in conjunction with the developer. And if there's any changes, you know, we haven't been notified of those, so there's some gaps here in the communication that we need to kind of remediate on. I'm happy to continue the discussion, although I feel I have pretty clear
And I don't
understanding.
blame the land use office for giving the benefit of the doubt, but they didn't have all the information. And the fact that this contamination issue was, you know, we asked about it.
So I understand, Katie,
You know?
right? So, and I think
I would suggest that we save a spot on the May 13th meeting.
I think it's a great
to
idea.
have a more full discussion.
And if there is, I mean, the detail around the contamination, right, just looking at the data, if it's available in a public way, or if they have it, that would be great to be able to see the contamination pre and post.
It was in a packet.
Was it in the packet?
It was in a packet. 2 times? Two meetings ago.
So one suggestion I would like to make is perhaps the developer can work with Katie in the meantime to see if they can come up with a solution on their own.
Remediation?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said.
Perhaps you and Roy could have like a site visit and talk it through and just see if there could be some kind of solution outside the board in the meantime until we meet next. What's that?
I don't know if that's gonna be effective if we need to vote on it and.
I don't think there's
Okay.
anything to vote on today. I think it's just being able to put some time, continue it. We'll put some time on the meeting on May 13th.
No, I mean, there was this thing about cost, the
Continue.
only reason.
Katie, I've
We have
the
to
floor.
stop
Thank you
now.
very much.
But we will talk
May
about it.
13th, do we have any space?
Yep.
30 minutes?
Sure.
Let's do 30 minutes. Let's just
Can I
finish
try
it.
to help the Katie and Roy conversation? If Phil could address the issue of contamination on the site and maybe help us with some information by that meeting, that would be great, as to its level and. Okay.
And
If
perhaps
that's okay.
Phil could join them.
That's
If
okay.
they do meet, perhaps Phil could join them.
And maybe Phil could join them too, so that they could have some kind of consistency.
All right.
Just a
Very good.
suggestion.
Thank you. So May 13th. Thank you very much. Thanks, Katie, for bringing it forward. Appreciate it.
This means nothing's gonna be built between now and then, right?
I think so.
And it's already been so long.
I didn't actually hear your question.
So, we thought it was gonna be built last fall, and now, and it's not built yet.
We built this
And now it's
spring,
still not
right?
gonna
And
be
now we're
built.
putting it
May
off.
The idea
13th.
was
So
that
I'm gonna set something on fire if it's not done by the winter, next winter, but yeah, we will have to have a time
So we
certain.
can close this out. All right, so one of the last items, not the last item, but Mr. Barbera, you've been waiting patiently. I know it's past everyone's bedtime. Box Mill
I'm
Road.
going to work after this.
Good evening, my name's Richard Barber, I'm a developer on Box Mill Road. The reason I'm here tonight is during the construction of the road, the house on the corner was sold, and the new people that bought it sent a letter. They asked me to keep the berm where the road is actually now, which is a little bit on their property. They're gonna grant an easement to me that would surpass onto the town. Basically, it just gives a little bigger radius. So that's about it.
You waited all that time just to say that?
Just to say that.
do you have an image of
I think this one up on.
It's on page 211 of your packet.
Oh,
Thank you.
my computer?
My
Yeah,
battery-
my battery died, so.
So is it correct that, just a related question, you do have underground utilities, but no sidewalks?
I have underground utilities, no sidewalks, the reason being was, at the time, they didn't get on Leonard Street.
Sure.
But I have like an 8-foot berm and stone walls and trees. It's pretty nice.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, okay. See the red line?
yep.
That's where it was going on, before it was gonna go down to that catch basin and then turn.
Yep.
Is it a matter of a few feet?
Yeah, it's like 7 or 8 feet.
Is it gonna affect the flow at all? Is it gonna affect the flow or it's gonna
No,
improve it?
no, the water right now is going into that catch basin.
Chief, any,
What I put in is for nothing now.
any thoughts, Chief? I don't know.
You
if
like it?
I would think the more room, the better, right?
The only, I just have one concern. I would like to ask the opinion of DPW Director. This is an old, pre-existing catch basin that was constructed by a third party and not the town. Want to make sure that the town wants to accept responsibility for it when it takes the roads or public way. So I'd
That's
like to
fair.
ask.
But does that affect the easement part?
Yep.
Okay, it does.
So I'd like to ask the opinion of.
Should we do
DPW.
that before
Can we make it
granting
subject
the
to?
modification? Is it kind of contingent upon?
Contingent upon?
You could do that.
Do we want to do that, or do we feel more comfortable waiting to hear back?
Just let me address that. I'm trying to put the berm in next week and pave the following.
I hear you, but you know what?
I know, right?
That doesn't impact us
I would
at
be
all.
all in favor of not making the gentleman come back.
They can come back?
And not me.
Oh, not me. For being a masochist.
So I would move that we can approve it on the DPW's
Second.
approval.
All right, discussion.
Yeah, we have a letter in our packet from George McBride. Is that related to this?
So it was a relative that put that there, I think in the 70s.
Okay. So he's just, I didn't fully understand why he was writing to us. Is he objecting to what's
document
happening or
where it
documenting
came from.
where it came from? Okay, got it.
That's more than, he's not opposed to it necessarily. It's
without
just-
George?
He's not opposed to it, it's more just documenting where.
Just letting you know how it happened.
Okay.
Giving us
Okay,
history.
Good enough.
Handwritten too, I like it.
Yeah, old school. All right, so there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor of granting the minor modification with the condition signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those abstain? Thank you for sticking around.
Thanks for your patience.
Should have gone first, yeah. The last thing we need to do, I've been told by Elaine, is if we don't, we're gonna get in big trouble. Approval of the minutes.
And TJA Solar decision. Have any changes? This is.
I read through them, they looked fine.
Yeah, I read through.
Did anybody have any changes? I think we can be quick.
I did not have any changes.
Anybody want to change their vote?
And it,
Do we
You
need
did
to
not
do that?
what?
Said anybody want to change their vote?
Do we need to vote on
That is
decision?
too late now.
We already made the decision.
I think we made the decision, I think it's just
It was just because it was long and
finalized.
complicated.
What are we voting on, the final version?
Yeah, just that you were going to review that, you voted,
Yeah.
you're just going to review the
We were
decision.
gonna
Yes.
We're gonna review.
So I'll entertain a motion to accept the final review of the,
So moved.
the draft. It has been seconded as well. Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. And nice job, by
All
the
those
way.
opposed?
Thank you.
All those abstained? So passes. Now, the last thing we'll do. The meeting,
Approved minutes.
I'm getting tired.
you know,
Who made the motion and who seconded?
I think Muriel made the motion to.
Mary, you
did
seconded it.
I seconded it.
Well played, well played.
And I abstained.
All right.
You abstained? Okay.
So we have some meeting minutes.
Because you can't vote on it.
No, it's here.
So you can postpone the executive session minutes, but you should do the
All
regular
right,
session.
we'll postpone the executive, nobody's left here to listen to the executive session minutes, we might as well do it.
All the folks at home.
The meeting on February 25th,
So I just had one correction, I'm sorry, I should have sent it to you. Page 7 at the bottom. I can't remember the section, but maybe I took a note. Yes, future agenda items. I was actually at that workshop. I don't doubt that I said that I wasn't, but I was at the workshop, just for the purposes of the minutes.
You were there? Okay.
I was, yeah.
I heard that you weren't.
Yeah, I was. I went to the emergency room that night with the flu. I was coughing in the
I
hallway.
read in the Hopkinton News that you were
She
not.
was sick, but she was there.
Yeah, I was playing
was-
hurt.
She
so
was not doing well that
Noting-
day. I seem to remember that.
It's the
Page
one,
seven.
yeah, page 7, bottom of page 7, I'll show you.
so noting the changes,
I'll move the minutes with that change.
minutes with the change, is there a second? Gary seconds it. All those in favor of approving the minutes for February 25th signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? All those abstain? So done. The meeting minutes.
Wait, there was another set of minutes.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
Everybody right here.
Motion to adjourn.
The meeting minutes for March 11th. Any changes, modifications from the group? I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as noted.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor of the minutes on March 11th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstain, so passes. Elaine, are we done on the minutes, or do we need it? We're done.
So I know we're not doing the executive session last night, but did we receive those?
No, I would hand them.
You would hand them out on paper.
And then we read them and give them back.
Oh, so you'll bring those.
I'll bring them
We should do it
again.
with the next meeting.
I'll bring them again.
Just keep bringing them.
Final thoughts?
Yes, thank you for
Ms. Kramer.
that. Did we make sure that we set aside time on the next meeting for the growth discussion? We talked about.
Citizens petition.
The citizen
that one,
petition
or
is
the
one
other
thing,
part?
but also having a more complete, complex discussion about tackling growth from all the stakeholders' angles. Can
That
we?
comes after the 495
I think,
discussion, right?
I think,
you want to do that
I think we
after
may want to
town
tackle the article as we rewrote it and formulate.
I think I want to have that discussion, actually, so
Yeah,
I'll just
and
go
have-
ahead and say
formulate
what
the
I
conversation,
think.
formulate-
Right? I think
yeah.
it's two separate things, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I would suggest meeting earlier in the evening to
Okay.
do that, perhaps at 7, to have that half hour.
Okay, is that anybody amenable to a meeting at 7?
Sure.
Okay. Awesome.
Frank's
Perfect,
gonna know.
thank you. And then, I have a very burning issue. Everybody needs to check their social calendars. I would like to schedule and post a social event so we can say thank you and goodbye to 2 leaving members who we will desperately miss. So between, now and town meeting, I would like to just, the board to be able to go out and,
Tie one on.
yeah, tie one on. Maybe not exactly that, but yes, yes. So shoot me dates or shoot Elaine dates and we'll try and figure out a time.
I love it.
Hope we didn't take minutes.
We will have a I would like to tell you one. So this is important. This is important. You are totally invited, and we will assign someone else to take those minutes.
That's right.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. All right, thanks, everybody.
So this is the longest meeting we've ever had.